1-1. Swing and a deep fly ball. Left field. Havens back at the track. Looking up. It's out of here. Who is this guy? Ernie Clement with his 4th extra base hit in the last 2 days. He's left the yard again. Euro steps around Carlos Fabulous. It's 4-2 Blue Jays.
Well, you said it. Who is this guy? Takes that slider up in the strike zone, waits back on it, and absolutely drilled it out to left field.
He's been really good the last couple weeks, whether it's righty or lefty, but he's got a great approach against lefties. Power hitter now. I guess just tell him to hit a homer every time, but he's been pretty locked in for a while. But he's been, for us, as long as we've had him, he's been really good against lefties.
That was Blue Jays manager John Schneider before today's ball game, talking about Ernie Clement, who has been great, one of the handful of Blue Jays who have had a strong start to this series against the Athletics. Game 3 coming up. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. And Chris, we've talked a lot about Ernie. Not that we're going to stop right now, but it's not just been Ernie. You've had big contributions from Barger, from Straw, from Lucas, and, of course, the guys at the top of the order as well. You can't score 23 runs in 2 games without 1 through 9 contributions, and that's what the Blue Jays are getting right now.
Well, the Blue Jays have 34 home runs in May. That's 7th in Major League Baseball. Eventually, it's going to come, and it's coming right now. Ernie Clement, the bottom half of the order, Addison Barger, even Bo Bichette. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. has to get in on the action. So does Anthony Santander, and this lineup is a very scary lineup.
Blue Jays marching out onto the field, led by Vladimir Guerrero Jr. in the powder blues. Dark cap with a blue brim. Let's take a look at the standings today. The standings are brought to you by Bet365. At Bet365, you can bet on popular markets like hits, home runs, and total bases. Download the app and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. The Yankees are 35-21. They lead the division. Tied in second, the Rays and the Jays, both 29-28, 6.5 back. Red Sox are in fourth, 28-31, 8.5 back. And the Orioles are 20-36, 15 back. For the A's, they are 23-35, 8.5 back of a new AL West leader. The Houston Astros just leapfrogged the Mariners, so they are now on top of the West. As the Blue Jays warm up and the A's get ready to hit, let's look at the lineup, starting with Mark Kotsay's Athletics.
Leading off for the Athletics is Lawrence Butler. He's in right field this afternoon at shortstop. Batting second is Jacob Wilson. Batting third is Brent Rooker. He's DHing. At first base, in the cleanup spot, is Tyler Soderstrom. Batting fifth is Shea Langoliers. He's doing the catching. In left field, batting sixth is Miguel Andujar. Batting seventh is Luis Urias. He's at second base. Batting eighth is Max Schumann. He's at third base for the A's. And batting ninth is Toronto native in center field, Denzel Clark. On the mound for the Athletics is former Jays first-rounder Gunnar Hoagland. For the Jays, leading off is Bo Bichette. He's at shortstop this afternoon. Batting second is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. He's at first base. Batting third is Addison Barger, playing third base. In the cleanup spot is George Springer. He's DHing. In center field, batting fifth is Dalton Varsho. At second base, batting sixth is Ernie Clement. Batting seventh is Nathan Lucas. He's in right field. In left field, batting eighth is Jonathan Clase. And batting ninth, doing the catching, is Ollie Sanchez. Opening for the Jays is righty Braden Fisher.
Braden Fisher, 6'4", 180 pounds, 24 years old, from League City, Texas. Makes his first major league start, even if it is more of an open than a start. He looks in at the left-handed hitter, Lawrence Butler, and the pitch. Outside, ball one. Time of the first pitch today, 3:07 Eastern. It's a lot colder today in Toronto than it was yesterday. It's 12 degrees, so the roof is closed at Rogers Center. 1-0. Butler fouls it off the end of the bat, into the backstop, rolls toward the third base dugout. 1 ball, 1 strike. It's quite the jersey color matchup today with the Blue Jays in the all powder blues jersey and pants. 1-1. Inside, 2 balls, 1 strike. And then the A's with yellow jerseys, gray pants.
That's quite the statement coming from somebody who's colorblind.
I know. It takes a lot for even me to appreciate it. It's like an NFL color rush game on the field right now. 2-1. Foul tipped into the glove of Ollie Sanchez, the catcher today, 2-2. Umpiring home plate is Sean Barber this afternoon. Tom Hanahan at first. Crew chief James Hoyman second. John Lipka at third. And now Barber will grant time to Lawrence Butler. Braden Fisher on the year, 1-0, has not allowed a run of his own. So he's got a 0 ERA and 8 1/3 innings pitched. Fastball and 2 breaking balls for the righty. His offering. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Went with the slider, his feature pitch of the 3, and he strikes out Butler. 1 down.
That's good stuff right there. If I was Pete Walker, I would tell Braden Fisher, hey, treat this like it's the 7th inning. Go right at guys. Throw whatever pitch you want to throw. Don't treat this like you're a starting pitcher. Get out of this inning quickly.
Blue Jays probably don't ask for more than 2 out of Fisher. I mean, even 2 itself would be a big win for them. His pitch to Jacob Wilson is a fastball fouled back. 96-mile-per-hour heater. It's 0-1.
The most pitches that Braden Fisher has thrown this season, you have to go back to May 15th against Tampa Bay. He threw 2 innings and 29 pitches. 22 strikes, though. Strike-throwing machine so far this season.
Is 0-1. Called a ball. No, it's called a strike. Late point there by Barber. 0-2.
I don't think Jacob Wilson liked that late call there.
No, it was the right call, but it was a little bit awkward. Infield shifted to the third base side. Right on right, the 0-2. Low with the slider. It's a 4-seamer, a slider, and a curve for Braden Fisher. He likes the slider most. It seems to be his best pitch. He told me he'll throw it in just about any situation. From the first base side of the rubber, he turns toward third and offers a 1-2. Fastball fouled away, or pardon me, another slider. Still 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I think the most impressive thing and the thing that stands out the most when you look at Braden Fisher's stats so far this season, although it's a small sample size, just 8 1/3 innings, he's struck out 12 guys and he's only walked 1. That is a huge difference.
He is on the attack at all times. Here's his 1-2. And it's hit on the ground up the middle into center field for a base hit. That is exactly the type of hit that Jacob Wilson has racked up time after time this year. Didn't hit it hard, but put it on the ground straight back up the middle of the infield for a 1-out single.
Well, you could tell that Jacob Wilson was looking out, probably the outer third. Braden Fisher had yet to come inside with anything hard, so Jacob Wilson was leaning out over the plate. He was able to barrel up that tough slider off the plate outside.
4 stolen bases on the season for Wilson. He's on first, and Brent Rooker is up. Fisher kicks and offers. Up and in with the slider, ball 1. Rooker DHing again for the Athletics. His 3rd start in a row in this series, all of them as a DH. .255 batter. OPS just under 800. Step off, throw over to first, and a dive back in by the base runner Wilson. Fisher didn't really formally step off, but rather switched his feet, turning both feet in one motion toward first base. Righty set again, glove just above his belt. He rocks back and offers. Misses up top with 96, 2-0.
It doesn't seem like Jacob Wilson wants to steal second base. He's not really that far off, doesn't have that big of a lead, but you never know.
It's not a very aggressive Athletics team. They don't steal bases a ton. Next pitch is lined toward right field. Charging in. It's down in front of Lucas for a base hit. Wilson up to second base. Rooker stops at first. Back-to-back singles for the A's.
That's actually not a bad pitch from Fisher. It was a slider. Brett Rooker was way out in front of it. He got lucky there, but he'll take that every single time. I think he broke his bat, actually. Hit that off the end of the bat and dumped it out in front of Nathan Lucas in right field.
So Fisher working through some traffic because of that hit by Rooker. No score, top of the first. 1 out, first and second. Tyler Soderstrom is up, left-handed hitting first baseman. Fisher looks at second, offers zone. And the pitch called a strike. We're going to have to wait a little bit today. It's 0-1.
That's a gross curveball. A lot of downward action. And he's able to throw it for strikes, too.
Talked to him for a while about the difference between his 2 breaking balls. 0-1. Low, 1 ball, 1 strike. So he's got the curve, he's got the slider. There's a difference in miles per hour. Slider's probably mid to high 80s, curve more 83, 84. Fisher set, looking back at second. And the 1-1. Fouled back on a heater, 1-2. And he described to me his slider is kind of 12-6, not a lot of side to side. So I said, so what's really the difference other than the velocity? He said he gets a lot more depth on the slider. The action is a lot more violent on it. 1-2. Hit high and deep out to right center field. Going back, Varsho at the warning track, at the wall, looking up. It is gone. 3-run home run, Tyler Soderstrom, and the A's jump in front in the first, 3-0.
Well, I think the biggest thing so far in this inning for Braden Fisher is he's getting slider happy. He's throwing a lot of sliders, not trusting that fastball. Eventually, you have to come in with the hard stuff. Otherwise, this A's lineup, who do have a lot of home runs this season, are going to start looking out over the plate for that off-speed pitch, for that slider. And Tyler Soderstrom actually does a good job going up and getting it. That pitch was up and away, a little bit of a hanger, and he hammered that thing to right center.
Coming into yesterday, Tyler Soderstrom had 1 homer in a 38-game span. Now he's homered in back-to-back games. 3-0 A's, and a slider to Shea Langoliers gets Fisher ahead of him, 0-1. This first inning is brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Armstrong Bird Food, the reason birds fly north, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. Quickly 0-2 now as there's a swing and a miss by Langoliers on another slider. Langoliers asks for time, right-handed hitting catcher. Hit his 10th home run of the season yesterday. He's driven in 26. 0-2 pitch. Chopped on the ground to the left side. Backhanded at short. Bichette throws to first. And there are 2 outs in the inning.
Well, I guess on a positive note, if you're a Jays fan, you look up at the scoreboard, you see 3-0 for the Athletics. You have to remember that the Blue Jays scored 23 runs in the last 2 games.
Yeah, you know, certainly you're not out of it. But sure, the A's are hungry. That's a pretty big start for them to get this early advantage. Prior to that, the most they had led in the series was a 1-0 advantage that they held only in the top of the second yesterday. Lost it in the bottom half. Miguel Andujar up. Former Yankee and Pirate takes a fastball high, ball 1. 3-0 A's on the first inning, 3-run homer from Soderstrom. 2 outs, top of the first, the pitch. Hit on the ground towards short again. Cutting off the shortstop, Barger, the third baseman, takes it, tosses over to first to end the inning. 3 runs on 3 hits for the Athletics, nobody left. They lead 3-0 with Gunnar Hoagland, the former Blue Jay first-rounder, taking the hill for the A's when we come back. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Timber Mart. Locally owned, proudly Canadian. Your home team advantage with the right materials and the right price. Project know-how that's brought together a wealth of plans and solid advice. Trust your team at your locally owned Timber Mart. Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Centre. Visit timbermart.ca.
Breaking news, 365. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
In time! What a play, Bichette!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Gunnar Hoagland on the hill. The 6'4", 25-year-old from Florida takes the mound for the Athletics. 3-0 A's, bottom of the first, and his first pitch hit Bichette. Or did it hit his bat? No, it hit his bat on a check swing. It's a foul ball, 0-1. Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue. Show Ali, our host. Nick Blackmore, our producer. Tom Young, Derek Brandeo, and Brandon Brown, our technical directors. 3-run shot from Tyler Soderstrom in the first inning. Now in the bottom of the first, 3-0 A's. And the 0-1 is hit high, but very foul off to the right. And it's 0-2. Got to be a pretty cool outing for Gunnar Hoagland, picked by the Blue Jays 19th overall in 2021. He misses outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. They took him out of Ole Miss, and he was actually hurt when they drafted him, so he dropped a little bit. Probably would have been closer to a top 10 pick if he was not injured at the time. Bearded right-hander, steps to the left, kicks, offers, and Bichette fouls it away. However, his stay in the Blue Jays organization would be rather brief. Drafted in July of 2021, and in March of 2022, he was flipped along with Zach Logue, Kevin Smith, and Kirby Snead to the A's for Matt Chapman. 1-2 pitch. In the dirt, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Right-hander Hoagland shakes off a sign from the catcher Shea Langoliers. And now the 2-2 to Bichette. Swing and a miss, strike 3, 94 inside off the plate, gets him with a sinker, and there's 1 out.
That's a pretty good sinker. A lot of movement, a lot of downward action, 94 miles an hour, just slips underneath the bat of Bo Bichette. But Hoagland's having a pretty solid season this year in the PCL and AAA Las Vegas. In 6 games started, he's 1-2 with a 2.43 ERA. If you have a 2.43 in Vegas, that's more like a 1.43 anywhere else.
Pitch to Vlad Guerrero Jr. misses inside, ball 1. At the major league level, this is his 6th start. Oakland 1-2 with a 5.13 in 26 1/3 innings pitched. He offers to Vlad, who takes inside again, 2-0. 4-seamer, mid-90s for Hoagland. Changeup, sweeper, sinker, and slider. 2-0. Called a strike, 2-1. Against righties, he'll do a thing that I think is a little bit more prominent in today's game, mixing that 4-seamer and sinker, where he doesn't necessarily need you to swing and miss, but just miss the barrel by a little bit if you think it's the wrong fastball. 2-1 pitch, lined right side, a base hit for Vlad. Got through the hole into right field, and for Guerrero, he has reached base in now a 31st game in a row.
That's an incredible streak and a pretty good swing, too, on a well-located fastball down and away. Not trying to do too much with that pitch. Just sees that big hole on the right side and drills it through.
First hit of the day for the Blue Jays, who have 33 over the last 2 games. Addison Barger up. Hoagland kicks and offers, and a slide step he misses low, ball 1.
Interesting you mixing a slide step with Guerrero at first base. Guerrero's not going anywhere. You don't need to be too quick.
I would be shocked. He has tried once this year. He was caught stealing. The 1-0. High and outside, 2 balls, no strikes. Addison Barger up to the 3-hole. He's been there before, but often it was with a lot of guys sitting. Today, Kirk is sitting, but he's slid ahead of George Springer in this lineup. 2-0. Swing and a miss. Might have chased a pitch there. At best, it was borderline to be a strike on the changeup. It's 2-1.
A 2-0 changeup. Best pitch in baseball. If you can throw it for a strike, that's the difference maker for a lot of guys when they fall behind.
It's one of Hoagland's best weapons for sure. His 2-1 is hit very high and deep out to right field. It's out of here. Addison Barger wastes no time cutting into that deficit. His 2-run homer hit 428 feet out to right. And it's 3-2 for the A's in the bottom of the first.
Well, when Ernie Clement homered yesterday, you said, who is this guy? How about Addison Barger? Who is this guy? Turns on that changeup, that elevated changeup right down the middle. He walks 3 or 4 slow steps and then gets in his trot. That's got to be a good feeling for him. His second home run in as many days.
And his 4th of the year overall. George Springer up now, takes outside, ball 1. Just the response to the Blue Jays were looking for after going down 3-0 in the top half of the first. Hoagland, the righty, nods, winds, and offers. 1-0 pitch hit foul.
When I saw the lineup today and I saw that Addison Barger was hitting third, I said to myself, I hope he stays within himself and doesn't try to do too much now that he's in that 3-hole. Obviously, he's staying within himself. He did exactly what he needed to do there.
1-1 is inside, 2-1. And obviously the homers are big. They're hit very far. It's a big part of his game. But he has been successful this year really without hitting a lot of homers. 2-1 pitch hit foul, 2-2. I mean, he got moved up to this 3 spot with 3 home runs on the year. A lot of doubles for Barger. He's walking a little bit more than he was before. A lot more singles than before. Just a more well-rounded hitter. 2-2. Hit on the ground by Springer, foul, third base side.
And I don't think there's a huge difference when you're thinking about mechanics. I think it's just more mindset up there. I mean, I'm pretty sure he said this. He's just swinging at better pitches. It's really a simple thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's a slight stance change, but I think that's more to see the ball, if anything, as the 2-2 misses outside to Springer, ball 3. Yeah, I think it's confidence, game plan, and it's working. Bases are empty, infield playing straight up defensively. Same with the outfield. 3-2 to Springer. Called a ball. That looked like it had the top of the zone, but Springer will take it. He gets a walk with 1 out.
Well, Gunnar Hoagland was staring in at home plate umpire Sean Barber. I don't know if he has enough time in the big leagues to do that, but pretty sure that was a strike.
Yeah, that looked pretty good, but Gunnar Hoagland has been on the wrong side of it in general so far in this inning, giving up a single, a homer, and a walk. Because of that, there's going to be a mound visit right now as Oakland talks it over. George Springer speaks with Mark Budzinski, who's back with the Blue Jays today, coaching first base. Apparently, he wasn't welcome back with the usual enthusiasm, considering they scored 23 runs with Casey Candela at first. Some of the Blue Jays were saying, hey, maybe you take another day off and let's see how it goes before we bring you right back in. Pitching coach Scott Emerson back off of the mound and into the A's dugout, and Hoagland on the hill facing Dalton Varsho. Right on left matchup, 1 out runner on first. Hoagland peeks at first, pitches home, and Varsho takes inside, ball 1. Typically this season, Hoagland has actually been better against lefties than he has righties. 1-0. Called a strike, 1-1. Now, take that with a grain of salt, given the 2-run homer by Addison Barger a moment ago. But that changeup has allowed him to neutralize lefties at times, whereas he doesn't throw it nearly as much to righties. 1-1 pitch. Down and in, 2 balls, 1 strike.
Well, it's very easy to see why he gave up that home run. He threw a really good changeup off the plate that Addison Barger swung at, and then he threw a changeup right down the middle. You want to do it. You want to do that in reverse. You want to throw one right down the middle and then throw one off the plate outside.
2-1. High, 3 balls, 1 strike. Yeah, in the Chris LaRue 10 Commandments of pitching, that's what, 1 or 2?
Well, I didn't always execute that, but that's the way you're supposed to do it.
Yeah, those are the rules. You don't always follow them. 3-1. In the dirt, ball 4. That one, a walk without much debate. Some big misses from Hoagland. And 2 are on for the Blue Jays with only 1 out in the first.
Well, it's a good feeling when you fall behind 3-0 in the first inning and you have the confidence to be able to come back in a ball game. It's still the first inning, and now the Blue Jays are only behind 3-2 with 2 runners on and 1 out in this inning.
Very possibly 1 base hit away from tying this game. and maybe their hottest hitter right now, Ernie Clement, up to the plate. The pitch. Fouled back, 0-1. After some homers and some doubles and a lot of RBIs the last couple days, Ernie batting .273 on the year, OPS right around 700, 3 homers, 17 driven in. The 0-1. Hit very high down the right field line. That one fading into the seats, foul. Drops in, and it's 0-2.
I believe arguably Ernie Clement is the hottest hitter in this lineup, but I think that Alejandro Kirk and Addison Barger have both entered the chat.
Yeah, that's fair. Probably Bo Bichette would like a word as well. 0-2. Down and away. Clement checks his swing, holding out the bat there for a second. 1 ball and 2 strikes. I don't know if I'd call it a revenge series. Ernie played about a week's worth, 2 weeks worth of games with the A's at the end of the 2022 season. 1-2 pitch is rolled over, hit softly towards short. Wilson picks it up. His only play is first, and he just gets Clement by a step. Hustling for second, Varsho slid in there. Up to third goes Springer. 2 in scoring position, and now 2 outs.
Well, Jacob Wilson thought about going to second very briefly as he fielded that baseball, but Dalton Varsho got there very quickly. The only play was first base. Now the Blue Jays have runners at second and third with 2 outs in this inning. A big spot here.
Nathan Lucas to hit. Right fielder today for the Blue Jays. Oakland kicks, delivers, and Lucas hits it foul. 0-1. Infield is shifted to the pull side for the left-handed hitters, so more infielders closer to first. Shortstop Wilson is playing a little bit up the middle. There's a hole on that left side to shoot. 0-1. Down and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. I mention that because maybe 5 times in the last 2-3 weeks we've seen Nathan Lucas chop a ground ball to where a shortstop would set up traditionally, and it sneaks through into left. The 1-1. Lined right field and foul. Just hit that sidewall that juts out toward the field. Maybe 5 feet from being fair. It's 1-2.
He was all over that hanging slider from Hoagland. Just a hair out in front.
Lucas adjusts his helmet, steps back in. White cleats and white batting gloves for the left-handed hitter. 1-2. Bounced up the middle, past the mound, and into center field. Springer scores. Varsho sprints home. He scores a 2-run single for Nathan Lucas, and the Blue Jays come all the way back to lead 4-3 in the bottom of the first.
Well, he didn't find that hole on the left side of the infield like he has so often, but he found that big hole up the middle. A big base hit. Didn't hit it all that hard, but got it enough just to get it by Luis Urias. A hanging changeup off the end of the bat. Just tries to use the big part of the field. He gets a base hit and 2 RBIs here in the first inning.
I mean, just an excruciating one for the A's. Pitch down to Jonathan Clase, called a strike. 0-1. Hoagland just missed it, might have tipped it, and then Urias just missed it, diving out into the center of the infield. 0-1. Swing and a fly ball, foul. No balls and 2 strikes. Hoagland ahead of the switch hitter batting left, Jonathan Clase. On the season, Clase batting .270, OPS just above 700 in 12 games. Step off, throw to first. Lucas back in with a dive. Hoagland leans forward, looks left at Lucas, now sets. 0-2. Flared out to left field. That one is slicing foul, out of play. Jonathan Clase, just in the last 10 days, turning 23 years old. Outfielder from Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic. 2-strike pitch. Hit off the handle, a fly ball hit very high out to right field. Stopping in place, Butler makes the catch and ends the inning. The Blue Jays get 4 runs. Barger starts it with a 2-run homer. Lucas finishes it with a 2-run single, and Toronto leads 4-3 after the first. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
I'ma need some whiskey glasses. Why you gotta be so hard?
Morgan Wallen's musical universe just got bigger.
I can't wait for people to hear the new concepts and new things that we were able to say on here.
Dive into the brand new album, I'm the Problem. Plus, hand-picked music from friends and influences.
Morgan Wallen Radio, my very own channel.
Now for a limited time on Channel 57 and at home with the SiriusXM app on your phone, computer, Alexa, TV, or other internet-connected devices.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
Say goodbye, home run Aaron Judge.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
This is Dave LaGreca, creator of the biggest pro wrestling show on the planet, Busted Open. Don't miss myself and my Hall of Fame cast and crew as we break down every story in and out of the ring and talk to the top names in the business, like the legend himself, The Undertaker.
I'm actually glad to be on a real show.
Catch Busted Open live every day from 9 to noon Eastern on SiriusXM Fight Nation, channel 156, and on the SiriusXM app.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you dominate. Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
Radio Network.
Luis Urias digs into the righty box as we start the second inning. Braden Fisher on for the Blue Jays. 4-3 Toronto lead, and the pitch is up and in, ball 1. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Braden Fisher, the opener today, gave up a 3-run homer in the first, but the Blue Jays picked him up with 4 runs of their own. 1-0. Inside, 2 balls, no strikes.
Well, it's Braden Fisher's job now is to have a shutdown inning. Throw up a 0 there. If the team comes back and gets you back in a ball game, it's your job to pound the strike zone and put up a 0.
Next pitch, called a strike, 2-1. He faces Luis Urias first, 5'10", 200-pound infielder. Urias, 27 years old, from Mexico. 2-1. Off the plate outside, 3 balls and 1 strike. He's been a Brewer, he's been a Padre, he's been a Red Sox, a Mariner, and now an A, Luis Urias. 3-1. Called a strike, 3-2.
You can tell that he doesn't really have a good feel for that fastball release point yet. You're behind in the count, 3-1 in the second inning. You're supposed to just pound the strike zone with that fastball, but he mixed in a slider.
Payoff pitch. Popped up, fouled, behind home plate and out of play. Yeah, I mean, usually the slider is a big part of the mix. It does feel like today it's been especially prominent. Though coming into today's game, he was throwing the slider about 50% of the time. 3-2. Foul back. He's somewhat part of a growing trend that's been going on for a while now of relievers throwing fewer and fewer fastballs. A lot of guys, even with big velocity, are pitching backwards, or at least would have been backwards 5-10 years ago, striking out guys with the heater. 3-2 again, hit foul, another slider, and we'll do it once more at a full count.
Well, back in the day, it used to be, hey, conserve pitches, and now it's just, if you're a reliever, you're probably going to be put in a big situation, so it's your job to strike guys out. You don't want a ground ball. You want to strike somebody out.
9th pitch to Urias. Low, ball 4, and Luis Urias takes a leadoff walk. This second inning is brought to you by Bet365. With Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games. Build your own bet And you can even make a bet while the game's still being played. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. 4-3 Blue Jays. Runner on first and nobody out. Top of the second. Batting from the right side, Max Schumann. Third baseman today. The pitch. High ball one.
Braden Fisher just threw his 32nd pitch of the ball game. I'd have to imagine that his day is almost done.
Easton Lucas, brought up today from Buffalo, is warming up. Expect him to take on the bulk of the innings. 1-0. Called a strike. Schumann dropped the shoulder down, thinking that was hitting him in the back, but the slider broke over the plate. 1-1. Max Schumann from Michigan, Kalamazoo to be specific. 27 years old, 6'1", right-handed hitter. He crowds the plate as he waits for the 1-1. Hit off the end of the bat, a pop-up foul first base side. Racing back Vladdy, so is Clement, and Vladdy makes the over-the-shoulder basket catch for the first out. Really tough play, and Clement almost knocked into him.
I mean, that's a tough play, but Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is so good at catching those pop-ups, running straight back, almost towards right field in foul territory. We've seen him make that same catch a bunch of times this season already. Almost crashes into Ernie Clement there, but a big out for Braden Fisher in this inning.
It's one of the toughest plays for first baseman, and yet it might be his best play over there at first. One out, Denzel Clark is up. Pete Walker on the phone, down to the Blue Jay pen. Fisher deals to Clark, and the pitch is hit high. Deep left field. Going back, Clase at the wall. Denzel Clark has left the yard. First career Major League home run for the Torontonian, who hits it with authority out to the second deck, and the A's take a 5-4 lead.
Well, how cool is that for Denzel Clark? You can see his family, his friends over there just above that that Athletics dugout. Had a great game yesterday and starts this game off with a bang. His first career home run.
What a moment for Clark and the A's. Braden Fisher taken out of this ball game after surrendering the 2-run shot. It's 5-4 already, and there's one out in the top of the second. Pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Let's go over to today's host. Here's Show Ali.
Thanks very much, Ben. And, we've been checking on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard on hockey a lot these last 6 weeks or so. And we are in the in-between period right now. The Stanley Cup final between the Edmonton Oilers and the Florida Panthers is set, although the hockey gods have decreed it will not start until Wednesday. When the puck does drop on the 4th, it will be the first Stanley Cup rematch since 2009 and the 11th time in the history of the NHL that teams will meet in the Cup final to decide the league champ. If you're curious, defending champs are 7-4 in those 11 matchups, but since the league moved to a 16-team playoff format, the runner-up has actually won each of the last 2 rematches since that change. So if you're an Oilers fan, some hope there. Having said that, the Oilers will be without Zach Hyman in Game 1, who sustained an upper body injury in Game 4 of the Western Conference Final. Sportsnet's Gene Principe had said earlier in the week there is a remote possibility he could return in the final, but it would likely take 6 to 7 games for the Stanley Cup final to go for it to be even to be considered. On the Panthers side of the injury report, sounds like Eetu Luostarinen, Anton Lundell, and AJ Greer all missed today's practice, the first practice prior to the Cup final Game 1, but Panthers head coach Paul Maurice saying that Luostarinen and Lundell will be good to go for Game 1 on Wednesday. Outside of the Cup final, we do have some news from Seattle. The Kraken hiring yesterday their new head coach. Lane Lambert announced that the franchise's 3rd ever head coach. He played 283 games for the Nordiques, Rangers, and Red Wings. He was an assistant to Barry Trotz when the Capitals won the Cup in 2018, was previously the head coach of the Islanders, and this past year was an assistant with the Toronto Maple Leafs. Blue Jays baseball, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Back to the action here at the Rogers Center. Here are Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, Show. New pitcher for the Blue Jays is the left-hander Easton Lucas. His first pitch to Lawrence Butler hit foul, 0-1. 5-4 for the Athletics. 2-run homer by Canada's Denzel Clark has given the A's a lead. For Easton Lucas, it's his 4th start of the Major League season, 2-2 with a 7.41 ERA. His first stint with the Blue Jays, he had 2 really good starts and then 2 tough ones. His next pitch is just off the plate outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Lucas started his year with 10 1/3 scoreless across 2 starts against the Nationals and at the Red Sox in Fenway. 1-1, down and away. 2 balls, 1 strike, and then he gave up 14 combined in under 7 innings to the Braves and Mariners. Left-hander has an ERA around 6 in AAA this year, 2-1. And Butler goes around reluctantly on a high fastball. He knew it right away and looked up to the sky in frustration, 2-2.
Ben, here's a question for you. Would you rather hit your first career home run in your first career at-bat, or would you rather hit your first career home run in the city you grew up in?
City I grew up in.
Yeah.
2-2. Hit on the ground right side, through the hole, a base hit for Butler. Lawrence Butler aboard with 1 out.
Not a terrible pitch from Easton Lucas. A slider down and away. Lawrence Butler was able to get that barrel to it. Didn't hit it all that hard, but found that big hole on the right side.
Slider is the 3rd most used pitch for Easton Lucas. 4-seamer leads the pack by far. Changeup, sweeper as well. Last time he was up, he kind of had 2 different types of sliders, a sharper, harder one, and then a loopier, slower slider. First pitch to Jacob Wilson, foul tip, 0-1. John Schneider said when he went down to AAA, he tried to just stick to 1. Found it easier to locate 1 slider, and so he's gone with the sharper, harder thrown slider that he's trying to bring back to the big leagues. Lefty looking at first, kicks and throws over to first, and back in standing up is Butler. Blue Jays activated Lucas today, recalling him from AAA, and they designated Jose Urena for assignment. 0-1. Hit on a line off the glove of Bichette, reaching out toward left center. That'll drop into left for a base hit. Lots of noise from the A's today. They don't want to get beat for a 3rd straight day. And they got 2 hits, already leading 5-4 in the second.
Well, Jacob Wilson has really quick hands, and that actually wasn't a bad fastball. It was a 92-mile-an-hour fastball in on the hands, but he's able to get the barrel through that zone really quickly, barreled it up, and just snuck it by Bo Bichette at shortstop.
2 on, 1 out. 6 hits already in the game for the A's, including 2 home runs. And one of those home runs, the first career for Denzel Clark from Toronto. Pitch to Brent Rooker. Fouled back, 0-1.
What makes that moment, I think, even more special for him, and obviously I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he was 1 for 19 with 15 strikeouts to start his big league career. And he is on fire the last 2 games now.
Last 2 games, he's come up with 3 hits. He's 3 for 4 with a walk, couple of runs scored, and a 2-run homer. There were a lot of people unsure about what he would be after that struggling start, even if it was only 15, 19 at-bats. 0-1. Rooker takes it. It's a strike. It's 0-2. But this is a guy who did produce at AAA this year. 286 average at AAA, 855 OPS. Funny thing is, he didn't homer so far this year in 31 games in the minors, but he has a home run this year in the majors.
And he crushed it.
He did. 0-2. Hit on a line down in left field, a base hit. Fielded on 2 hops by Clase. Butler gets a stop sign. Throw is sailed by Clase. But Ali Sanchez got to it, and Butler had already put on the brakes. So it's bases loaded for the A's after 3 straight singles, and there's 1 out.
That was a surprising stop sign over there at third base. I thought that Lawrence Butler would at least try to score. Maybe you think that Tyler Soderstrom's coming up to the plate. He already has a home run in this ball game, but I'm pretty sure that Lawrence Butler probably could have scored easily there.
Going to be a mound visit now as Pete Walker goes out. Chris, you got a dinner reservation tonight?
No, I think I'm having pizza.
Oh,
we can do our 9th inning read right now if you want.
We're not. I was going to say cancel it the way this game's going. But You knew where I was headed anyway. Chris, take it away.
The Out-of-Town Scoreboard is brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill, 100% Canadian-owned and operated since 1992. It's the return of the Big Cluckin' Deal. All-you-can-eat wings are on now for a limited time. Visit stlouiswings.com for details. You are welcome.
Only one other game has gotten going so far in the majors. The Cubs are hosting the Reds in an NL Central matchup. That one's scoreless, bottom 6. Nick Lodolo has been very good for Cincinnati. And for the Cubs, it was an opener in the veteran Drew Pomeranz before Ben Brown took over. Brown and Pomeranz had no hit the Reds into the 6th inning, but they did finally get their first hit. TJ Friedl got it for Cincinnati. That game's scoreless. 5-4 A's in Toronto. The pitch to Tyler Soderstrom hit back foul, 0-1. Bases are loaded for the Athletics. 1 out, top of the 2nd. Soderstrom in a left-on-left matchup against Lucas. Up to 12 home runs on the year, tied for the team lead, 0-1. In the dirt, run-saving block by Ali Sanchez. What you might want to do is stick with fastballs if you're Easton Lucas. That Soderstrom homer was on a slider. 8 of his 12 homers have been on non-fastballs. Next pitch is a fastball, but it misses low. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Got to throw a strike here, especially with the bases loaded and a 2-1 count. You don't want to fall behind 3-1 to a very good power hitter in Tyler Soderstrom.
Corners are a little bit in for the Blue Jays. Middle infield playing further back. 2-1. Hit high in the air, left field, not very deep at all. Bo Bichette going out there, called off Clase, who makes the catch. Butler deked attack. Clase never bought it for a second, just lobbed it back into Addison Barger, and there are 2 down.
I think Easton Lucas got away with one there. Like you said, you don't want to hang a slider to Tyler Soderstrom. He actually hung that slider. It was elevated. And Tyler Soderstrom just missed it, getting underneath it, hitting a fly ball, a weak fly ball to Jonathan Clase out in left field.
So 2 outs in the bases loaded. 5-4 the A's lead, top of the 2nd. Pitch to Shea Langoliers in the dirt, ball 1. We'll go back to the out-of-town scoreboard briefly at the request of our producer today, Nick Blackmore. I did not show any love to the Champions League final for all the fans of footy out there. Paris Saint-Germain is looking to lock up their first ever Champions League. And they're up 2-0 at halftime over Inter Milan. 1-0. Hit on the ground, off the mound, deflects off Lucas. He's chasing after it, throws over to first in time to end the inning. The A's might take a look at this one. Mark Kotze says no challenge, and that will do it for the inning. A's get the lead on the 2-run homer by Clark, but after Lucas came in and gave up 3 straight singles, he gets out of it, not allowing any of them to score, and keeps it 5-4 Athletics, middle of 2. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You could bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Lights up, let's go to Junior J Sundays. It's family fun throughout the ballpark with games and activities that your squad will never forget.
Feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ home hardware and building center locations, where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
You know you make me wanna.
Hi, this is Ernie Clement, and you're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on Sportsnet Radio Network.
Don't forget to say you will.
Holly Sanchez leads off for the Blue Jays, bottom of the second inning. Thanks so much for tuning in today. It's 5-4 for the A's. Gunnar Hoagland, the Blue Jays first rounder in 2021, misses low. Ball 1. Alongside Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Holly Sanchez, then the top of the order for the Blue Jays. 1-0. High and inside, 2 balls, no strikes. Oakland looking for a much cleaner second than he had in the first. Gave up 4 runs on 3 hits and 2 walks. His 2-0. Call to strike, just clipped the inside edge, lower portion of the zone. 2-1. Sanchez, a right-handed catcher, will ask for time. It's the 4th game and 3rd start for Ali Sanchez. Venezuelan catcher, 6'1", 215 pounds. 4th team that he appears with in the major leagues. Also the Marlins, Mets, and Cardinals. Back in the box now, the 2-1. Called to strike, fastball right there, 2-2.
I bet he wants that one back. That was a very hittable pitch. Just watch that thing sail right by.
Two. Hit on the ground towards second base. Scooped up Luis Arias, pumps, throws on to first. 1 out.
Crazy, scary, spooky, hilarious. Crazy, scary, spooky, hilarious.
Now batting, number 11, Bichette.
Scary, spooky, hilarious. Crazy, scary, spooky.
Let's welcome our future announcer, presented by Rogers, 10-year-old Noah from Saskatoon. He announces Bichette up to the plate. Bo struck out in the first. The pitch. Down and away, ball 1.
How about Noah coming for my job? Yikes.
All the way from Saskatoon to take your employment away? That'd be fun. Okay. You been to Saskatoon, Chris?
No, never.
Oh, I went this year. It was fun. 1-0 pitch. Down and away. 2 balls, no strikes. Hoagland sets near his chest with his elbows pointed out to either side. 2-0 is drilled out to left field and deep. Turning around Andujar. It's out of here, and we're tied. It's a bad day to be a pitcher. 5-5 game with 1 out in the bottom of the second, thanks to Bichette's 7th of the year.
Well, he took that sinker, and he absolutely demolished it. 111 miles an hour off the bat into the Blue Jays bullpen out in left field. He's on a roll, isn't he?
He is, and that's career homer 100 for Bichette. Got some recognition on the video board, and if you're going to hit homer 100, hit it into your own bullpen. Now they make sure that they have the baseball. Here's the pitch to Vlad Guerrero Jr. Outside, ball 1.
It's a bad day to be a pitcher, but it's also a bad day to have dinner reservations.
Seriously. 100 home runs for Bichette in 667 games. And now the pitch up and into Vlad, 2-0. And he is out and out, unless I miss someone looking before the game, the most home runs by a Blue Jay shortstop. 2-0. Call to strike. You got it. Alex Gonzalez. There were 2 Alex Gonzalez's that played for the Blue Jays. The older one hit 80-something for the Blue Jays. Tony Fernandez, not much of a home run hitter. 2-1 pitch is hit on the ground by Vlad. Diving stop at second. Arias throws from Anita first for the out. Impressive play on the right side of the diamond.
Now batting, number 47,
Again, let's welcome our future announcer, presented by Rogers, 10-year-old Noah from Saskatoon. Addison Barger to the plate. He homered in the first. The pitch. Swinging a high fly ball, way foul off to the left, into the stands, about 20 rows up. It is pretty remarkable, though, for Bichette. 100 career home runs from a position where you don't expect that much. Now Barger swings and lines one to first, and that will end the inning. The Blue Jays tie it up on career number 100 home run for Bo Bichette. It's a solo shot that makes it 5-5 after 2 innings. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Decking isn't just about wood. It's about creating the perfect outdoor retreat, and it all begins with the right materials. Essentials you always find at Trex, the leader in composite decking for over 30 years. Sustainable, durable, beautiful. Trex isn't just decking, it's a lifestyle. From homeowners to pros, everyone knows Trex delivers unmatched quality. Ready to transform your backyard into a dream space? Find Trex at Timbermark, Canada's building center, where your outdoor vision comes to life.
Which loony dogger are you? Do you approach Tuesdays with swagger and style? You could be a Rizzy Glizzy. Maybe you're an architect stacking your loony dogs up high. Do you walk into the ballpark with the confidence of an MVD? Then you're the most valuable dogger. This season at Rogers Center, every Tuesday home game is Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. No matter which loony dogger you are, you'll have the opportunity to purchase $1 hot dogs from various concession stands around the ballpark. Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. Every Tuesday home game. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime at Bet365. Must be 19 or older, Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Strike 3. Kevin Gausman strikes out the side.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the third inning, Blue Jays 5, Athletics 5 at Rogers Center. Easton Lucas on the hill, dealing to Miguel Andujar. And the pitch is outside, ball 1.
And just like that, Ben, we have ourselves a ball game.
Wild swings back and forth. A's scored 3 in the first. Blue Jays countered with 4. Then the A's picked up 2 in the second, and the Blue Jays tied it up with 1. Pitch to Andujar. Called a strike. Probably a little low, but Lucas gets the call. 1-1. Andujar's a right-handed hitter. Second season that he plays with the Athletics. Played 75 games for Oakland last year. Next pitch hit foul, 1-2.
I would much rather see a game with 11 base hits through 2 innings than 6 walks like we saw last night.
For sure.
That's a lot more fun to watch.
1-2 pitch. High, 2 balls, 2 strikes. At least on the batting side, the A's have come out to play today after 2 fairly lopsided wins for the Blue Jays. 2-2. Bounced fair, and it's twisting, and now we'll go foul up the third baseline. That was a weird one. I thought that might have hit Andujar, the batter. I still think it might have, to be honest. I think he kind of sold that because he's chuckling with Vlad about something at first. He almost jumped back and then decided to take off down the line. Either way, it twisted foul.
And the interesting thing about that is I thought the same thing, but with replay nowadays, as a player, why do you even risk that? Because you know that it's just going to be reviewed, you're going to be called back. It's very, very rarely does New York get things wrong.
Maybe just for the love of the game. Try something, see what happens.
I'm not even sure if that makes sense.
It really doesn't. I just don't have an answer for it. And Andujar back in there. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch. Hit on the ground toward the right side of the diamond. Picked up Ernie Clement. Second baseman throws over to first. There's 1 out. This third inning is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Grand Falls and Miramichi, New Brunswick. Crown is proud to be Canadian-owned and operated since 1986. So protect your vehicle from rust today at your local Crown Rust Control Center or visit crown.com. Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Luis Urias to hit with 1 out and the base is empty. Lucas's pitch. Called a strike.
How about that fastball from Easton Lucas? 96 miles an hour. Can you tell he's excited to be here?
Yeah. He's got good stuff, though. He's always bringing mid-90s. I don't know if we see a lot of 96. Probably more 94, maybe 95 from Lucas. 0-1. Fouled off. Nothing in 2.
Well, I said it when he was called up earlier this season. This kid's got good stuff. If he can just locate his stuff and not try to overpitch and try to do too much, he probably will be a good big leaguer.
Blue Jays, the 3rd team that he's pitched with at the big league level. Spent a little bit of time with the Tigers last season. 0-2. Down and away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And the Oakland A's, 2023, he debuted as an A and then pitched 3 games for them in 2024. Although both of those organizations were pretty set on him as a shorter reliever. 1-2. Check swing on a pitch down and in. Called strike 3. Not down and in. It just clipped the inside corner. Urias walks back to the dugout. And there are 2 down.
That was a really nice at-bat for Easton Lucas. Made pitches when he needed to. I think he missed his spot there. They were trying to come up and in with that cutter. It ended up down and in. Perfect spot. Perfect pitcher's pitch for out number 2.
First strikeout of the outing for Easton Lucas in his 2nd inning of work. Pitch to Max Schumann. Outside, ball 1. First start of the series for Schumann, who can pretty much play anywhere. Today it's 3rd base. 1-0. A little bit high. 2 balls, no strikes. Lucas sets with the bases empty. Kicks and offers. Schumann hits it foul. Max Schumann, a 20th rounder in 2018 by the Athletics, came out of Eastern Michigan University. Highest drafted Eagle at the time since 2007. 2-1 pitch. Inside. Schumann twists away from it. 3 balls, 1 strike. What do you think it's like, Chris, to play baseball in February at Eastern Michigan University?
Well, I can tell you this much. I went to school in South Carolina where the weather is relatively nice. Yeah. And in February, it's cold there.
Yeah.
So I can only imagine what it's like at Eastern Michigan.
When I went to Syracuse in upstate New York, they didn't have baseball, but the softball team started the year on a 2-month road trip. They wouldn't come home till April. 3-1. In the dirt, ball 4. Schumann takes a 2-out walk.
You can see that Easton Lucas talking to himself. He knows that he's not supposed to walk a guy with 2 outs there. Just tried to overdo it with that last fastball, bounced it. Now you have a runner on first with 2 outs, and here comes Denzel Clark.
Smoked a 2-run homer to the second deck in left. His last time up the pitch, he squares to bunt and bunts through it. Strike 1.
Addison Barger was playing way back at third base, and you know that Denzel Clark is trying to steal a base hit there.
Right after hitting his first homer, it's a good time to surprise people with a bunt. They're not thinking about you playing small ball. 0-1. Called a strike, hit the inside edge, nothing in 2.
I'll tell you what, Sean Barber is really late with those strike calls. I thought that was a ball. I thought he called that a ball, and then all of a sudden that right arm stuck out.
Again, cancel or push back that thin reservation. There are a lot of things working against it. Runner on first, 2 down, tie game, and the 0-2. Just inside. I mean, that was on the Urias strike 3. I thought that was down and in because he didn't make a call for a little bit. Fans getting loud. 5-5 Blue Jays and A's, top of the 3rd. The 1-2. Just outside at 97. Might have been a strike. It's close, but he missed his spot in a big way, and it made Sanchez look awkward as he reached across the plate.
We haven't seen one of those yet this year.
No.
And you could see Easton Lucas was peeking up at that radar gun after he threw it, reached back for a little bit more.
2-2. Now he misses with the breaking ball, high and outside, ball 3.
I spoke with Denzel Clark before the game today, and I went right up to him, congratulated him on that game yesterday, and I said, how do you feel now? And he said, I feel like a big leaguer. And I was like, that's all you need to feel. Go out there and play. And sure enough, he hits a home run in his first at-bat.
Runner off on the 3-2 pitch. Clark hits it on the ground at third. Barger up with it, transfers, throws to first, and ends the inning. That is the first scoreless frame any pitcher has thrown in this game. It only comes on the 5th try. No runs, no hits, 1 left for the A's. 5-5 Blue Jays and A's, middle of the 3rd. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
As a sports fan, I just want the game.
Let's go Blue Jays! Let's go Blue Jays! Thank you for hanging out with us today during the Jays game. Now is the time of the show for you to let us know where you're watching from all over the world. Let us know what city and province in the chat. Let's see those Canada flags just flying. As well, if you're in the USA, city and state, or all over the world, let us know your international location with that flag emoji. Or you guys can always click the link that is in the description of the video. It'll take you to our website, TorontoSportsInsider.com, our live viewers tab, where you can see all over the world who has been watching these streams with us through Blue Jays games, Maple Leafs games, Raptors games, TFC games, Argos games, or all of the playoff action. Thank you for being here. Thanks for letting us know where you're watching from. Now let's get back to that baseball. Come on, Blue Jays. Let's get that win today.
In season or out of season, the #1 place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Radio Network.
Bottom of the 3rd, George Springer leading off. 5-5 game, and the pitch from Gunnar Hoagland is hit high. Deep center field. Clark going back. He's in a jog. See you later. First pitch swinging, solo shot, George Springer. And the Blue Jays lead again. They're up 6-5 in the 3rd. Every time you take a breath in this game, someone hits the ball about 400 feet. Springer hit that one 430 out to center and might have hit one of the TV cameras there trying to shoot his ball.
What is going on with this offense? George Springer hit that ball so well that he was able to take 3 or 4 slow steps and watch that thing get out of here to center field. What a swing.
Pitch now to Dalton Varsho outside, ball 1. Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. When it comes to home improvements, Timbermart has the expert advice and the right products at the right price, so you won't find yourself out in left field on your next DIY project. Game on, home team. Timbermart is Canada's building center. Marshall takes inside. It's 2-0. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Right on left, the 2-0. Hit in the air out to left field. Fairly deep. And Duhar back at the track. Leaps, and it's off the fence. Varsho around second. He wants third. Now he pulls up, holding his left hamstring, and they will tag him out. And all of a sudden, huge concern. Varsho was halfway to third when he started hobbling in between the bases, grabbing his left hamstring. Schumann tagged him, but also grabbed him to help Varsho stop. And Varsho is on his back, still holding that left hamstring.
My goodness, that is a scary situation. He was burning around second base. Wanted a triple, and then all of a sudden started grabbing that left hamstring.
He's walking off the field right now with the help of the training staff. And you hate to see that for the person more than the player and the team. Varsho worked so hard to just come back a couple weeks ago from the labrum surgery. Hopefully that looked worse than what it was, but it did not look very good. And I would be shocked, frankly, to see him defensively in the fourth inning.
Well, sometimes when you have an injury like that, specifically a hamstring injury.
One out pitch to Ernie Clement. Check swing, and he went around, so it's strike one.
As a player, you feel something tug. And then, like you said, hopefully it's not as bad as it seems, because Dalton Varsho doesn't want to make it worse by continuing to try to run to third base. It looked like he was hopping on that right leg to try to not use that left hamstring.
Next pitch of ball, it's 1-1. 6-5 Blue Jays, bottom of the third. The 1-1 to Clement is lashed on the ground past the dive of the third baseman Schumann into left field. Single for Clement. The Blue Jays keep it going. This is about priority 1,000 way down on the list, but by the way, it will go as a double for Dalton Varsho. Thrown out trying to advance to third. 8-6-5 for those scoring at home. 3 hits in the inning for the Blue Jays, including a run. They're up 6-5. We will look for updates about Varsho's condition as this game continues. Pitch to Lucas, hit on the ground, picked at first. Soderstrom throws down to second. Clement's in a rundown. Wilson back to Soderstrom, applies the tag, and it's a 3-6-3 inning ending double play. The Blue Jays take the lead on the Springer solo shot, a run on 3 hits, but concern over Dalton Varsho pulling up with some sort of issue in his left hamstring. 6-5 after 3. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Embrace the power.
Start your engine.
And speed of the NTT IndyCar Series on Sirius XM.
Battle of start-finish line. Alexander Rossi goes to P1.
Hear every thrilling moment in the season-long championship chase.
Alex Palou, mirrors full of Pato Award. And then it's the machine of willpower in that third position.
The season rolls on Sunday afternoon at 12:30 Eastern on the streets of Detroit.
Alex Palou, bring him home.
Live on IndyCar Nation Channel 218 and the Sirius XM app. Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
Say goodbye, home run Aaron Judge.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the Sirius XM app.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on Sirius XM. We're back on the track Sunday,
6 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Cracker Barrel 400 from Nashville Super Speedway on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 and on the Sirius XM app. For up-to-date betting lines, fantasy plays, and the latest NASCAR news, catch the pre-race show before every Cup Series race. Plus, 2 hours of post-race coverage on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio Channel 90.
The Blue Jays are in flight, leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on Sirius XM.
Top of the fourth, 6-5 for the Blue Jays, thanks to the solo home run from George Springer. First pitch from Lucas to Lawrence Butler is called a strike. 0-1. Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Shulman alongside Chris LaRue. Show Ali, our host, Nick Blackmore, our producer, Tom Young, Derek Brandeo, and Brandon Brown, our technical directors. 0-1 is swatted foul. 0-2. If you weren't with us a moment ago, new center fielder into the game for the Blue Jays. Miles Straw has taken over. Dalton Varsho came up holding his hamstring base running last inning as the 0-2 misses high, 1-2. He was trying to stretch a double into a triple, probably would have. It looked like he was going to get to third. Then about halfway, he started hobbling, holding his left hamstring. Actually went all the way down to the ground and went straight into the clubhouse. 1-2. Outside, Lucas thought he had the strikeout, strolling off the right side of the hill. He'll get the ball back. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I bet Dalton Varsho will look back at that play, and I think it happened between second and third or just after he hit that second base bag.
2-2. Hit back foul, still 2 balls, 2 strikes.
He'll probably look back and think to himself, there's no outs in the inning. Why did I try to go to third base? I should have just taken the double. And I know that's crazy to talk about now, but that's how I would think if I was Dalton Varsho looking back at that play.
2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He gets Butler 1 out. Triples are just such a big part of his game. I mean, he hit, I want to say 8 of them last year. I mean, it's just to a certain extent, it's a freak thing.
Yeah, and like you said, he would have had that triple easily.
Yeah, he had third. He still made it fairly close, hobbling over there. So he would have had it, but our thoughts with Varsho, hopefully less serious than it looked. Pitch to Jacob Wilson, low ball 1. So Miles Straw into the game in center field. Everyone else stays the same. It's 6-5 Blue Jays. 1 out, bases empty in the top of the 4th. Wilson, a twitchy right-handed hitter, waves the bat above his right shoulder. 1-0. Chopped on the ground towards third. Barger circles around it, charges. Strong throw to first and a good stretch. And catch on the backhand side by Guerrero. 2 down.
How about Easton Lucas? He's looking great so far in this ball game. The fastball is electric. He's throwing strikes. I mean, that's really what he has to do. With that arm that he has, that plus fastball, all he has to do is throw strikes, make good pitches, and he's going to get outs.
Lucas came in the second with the bases empty. He gave up 3 singles in that inning, got out of it without giving up a run, and hasn't allowed a hit since. 2 outs now in the 4th, and the pitch hit foul, 0-1. This 4th inning is presented by Bet365. Download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. It's Brent Rooker at the plate. 2 hits in the game, including 1 off Lucas. 0-1. Chopped on the ground to third, backing up Barger. Has a lot more time on this one and zips a throw over to first to end the inning. 1-2-3 for Easton Lucas. He's not allowed a run so far, and he's kept keeping the Blue Jays on top. It's 6-5 for Toronto, middle of the 4th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Night mode is still the new code. And this season, we redefine the most exciting night of the week.
Alejandro Kirk has walked it off.
City Connect Fridays. It's a vibe that you have to experience live at Rogers Center. We celebrate the icons, energy, strength, and culture that makes our city special. City Connect Fridays. Lights up. Let's go. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
Breaking News 5. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
It's Blue Jays 5, Mariners nothing in the 3rd.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom 4, welcome back to downtown Toronto. Blue Jays 6, Athletics 5 in Game 3 of this series. Pitch to Jonathan Clase from Gunnar Hoagland. Cut on and missed. Strike 1. Alongside Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Gunnar Hoagland pitching against the team that drafted him. Blue Jays took him out of Ole Miss in 2021 in the first round. He gets another swing and a miss. 0-2. And he was drafted injured, got Tommy John in May of his final season with the Rebels. And so his career had an interesting start for a couple reasons. 0-2. In the dirt, 1 ball, 2 strikes. So he's probably a top 10 draft guy in terms of talent. TJ knocks him to 19. The Blue Jays pick him. And then before he really does anything with the Blue Jays, they deal him away to the Athletics. 1-2. Swing and a liner headed to left center. Clark on the run makes the catch. 1 out. And then, once he starts pitching, 2023, he really struggled. 6 ERA in about half a season that year, but it was 2024 last year that he started to find it again. A 2.84 ERA and 104 innings pitched at the AA level. His first pitch to Ali Sanchez called a strike, 0-1.
Yeah, and he's just 25 years old. There's a lot of time to figure it out. Obviously getting roughed up today, but...
Well, 1 down and in, 1 ball, 1 strike.
He's looked pretty solid so far, having a good season this year at Las Vegas, which is a tough place to pitch.
Hoagland steps to the left, curls back, fires, and the 1-1 is a 2-hopper hit to second. Picked up Urias, slings over to first, 2 down. I mean, this won't make Hoagland feel better about it. The fact that he's getting a little roughed up today, but I think you go back to your side of the clubhouse where all the pitchers are sitting and they're looking around like, who hasn't been really? I mean, the Blue Jays have been all over everyone so far in this series. So Bichette now, first pitch swinging, grounds it to third, picked up at third base by Schumann. The throw to first in time, and maybe that gives some confidence to Hoagland. A 1-2-3 inning. We go to the 5th. Blue Jays 6, Athletics 5. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, it's your favorite New York housewife, Dorinda Bentley.
And the talk of shames, Kiki Monique. And we're teaming up to talk all things reality TV and more.
What are we watching? Can this just end already?
She will not do well in jail. As Giselle said, you can't have your wigs in jail. Double the drama and twice as many opinions.
Sure, that little clip that Shep said about me.
I just love that you're top of mind for Shep. Reality Check.
On Radio Andy.
Tell your family and friends SiriusXM radios are on free now through June 1st. Visit SiriusXM.com/listen free to explore what's available.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
Say goodbye, home run Aaron Judge.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
SiriusXM PGA Tour Radio examines the duality of Johnny Miller's Hall of Fame career. As a player, he was one of the few to challenge Jack Nicklaus in the 70s.
Maybe the greatest iron player ever.
And as an unfiltered and fearless broadcaster.
If Ben Hogan saw that, he'd puke.
Legends of the Game. Legends of the Game. Listen to Legends of the Game, Johnny Miller, and browse the entire catalog of golf originals. Search PGA Tour Radio specials on the SiriusXM app.
Blue Jays fan, no matter where you are, you won't miss a pitch with the SiriusXM app. Hear every game all season long. Download the SiriusXM app and search Blue Jays.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's the 5th inning, brought to you by Desjardins Insurance. Get insurance that's really big on care at Desjardins.com/care today. Easton Lucas still on the hill. He entered in the 2nd. He's pitching now in the 5th. His pitch to Tyler Soderstrom called a strike. Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Take a look at the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard in a little. First, the 0-1 pitch. Lucas to Soderstrom. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Blue Jays 6, Athletics 5. Really back and forth start to this game. It's slowed up a little bit in terms of the run scoring. 1-1. Hit foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And these teams combined for 10 runs in the first 2 innings, and then 1 run total in the 3rd and 4th.
I feel like this score really isn't all that surprising, though. 11-7 yesterday. A lot of runs scored, at least on the Blue Jays side the day before. 6-5 today. A lot of fun.
Next pitch is hit in the air out to right field. Sprinting in, Lucas slows up in shallow right center, makes the catch. And there's 1 out. And maybe we shouldn't be shocked. The A's entered this game with a starting pitcher's ERA of 5.27, 27th in the big leagues. And the Blue Jays entered today with a 4.30 starting pitcher's ERA, 24th in the big leagues. Pitch to Shea Langoliers down and in ball one. Now the Blue Jays were using an opener today, and their ERA overall significantly better than the A's because the bullpen for the Blue Jays is top 10 in terms of earned run average. But starters on both of these teams have struggled at times to limit runs. One out, the pitch to the catcher Langoliers, swing and a miss.
And the A's actually hit a lot of home runs. The Blue Jays, at least in May, have hit a lot of home runs. And we're seeing that today, really.
Toronto has 3 home runs. The Athletics have 2. 1-1. Check swing, pitch was low, appeal to first, and he did go, says Tom Hanahan. That swing makes it 1 ball and 2 strikes.
That's pretty good changeup from Easton Lucas. Almost split finger type of action. Violent downward action below that strike zone.
We were talking about it a little bit in between innings. The guy's got good stuff.
Really good stuff.
Stuff that seems like it should play on a consistent basis in the majors. 28 years old, his 1-2. Foul back. 96 just above the zone. Good location. Langoliers with a nice swing to spin it back into the screen.
There's been a million guys, though, in the history of the major leagues that have found themselves at 28 years old, 29 years old, even 30 years old. He's got the arm. He's got the stuff. He just has to figure it out.
1-2 pitch. Down and away, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Easier said than done, though, because there's also a million guys that have had the arm that have never figured it out.
Next pitch. Hit on the ground, foul. Third base side past Eric Martins, the third base coach for the A's. Well, let's go to that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard for a sec. Orioles are hosting the White Sox after a 2-1 win yesterday. The Orioles up 1-0 today. First inning homer from Jackson Holliday. 2-2. Swing and a miss. He got him. Bit of a fist pump there from Lucas. Happy to punch out Langoliers. There's 2 down.
Well, he's dealing. I'd be fist pumping too out there. That last fastball, 95 miles an hour, just blows it by Shea Langoliers.
It's funny because you talk to Easton Lucas, and he's a pretty mild-mannered, just happy kind of guy, not raising his voice, speaks rather softly. But we've seen a couple times in his stints with the Blue Jays this year him show some big emotion on the mound. He gets a swing and a miss from Miguel Andujar, and he gets ahead of him 0-1.
Well, I would imagine that part of that is frustration. He knows he has the stuff. He knows he has the ability to get guys out at the big league level.
0-1. Low, 1 ball, 1 strike.
He has the ability to do whatever he wants really in this ball game, or in this game, specifically being left-handed, especially being left-handed, and yet it hasn't really happened for him yet. So I think a lot of those fist pumps, the celebrations after a strikeout, are just frustration kind of being let out from him.
Left-hander is punched out 3. Got 2 outs in the third. All the outs in the third and fourth, or 2 outs in the second, all the outs in third and fourth, and now 2 outs here in the fifth, and he gets a swing and a miss from Andujar, so he's ahead of him 1-2. Other out-of-town scores just while we were on it. Houston up 1-0 on the Rays, and the Braves up 1-0 on the Red Sox. 1-2 to Andujar. Hit very high and deep out to left center. Straw sprinting back on the warning track, pulling up, makes the catch on the dirt to end the inning. Easton Lucas has retired 7 in a row, and the Blue Jays remain on top. It's 6-5 Toronto, middle of the fifth. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM. We're back on the track Sunday,
6 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Cracker Barrel 400
from Nashville Super Speedway on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 and on the SiriusXM app. For up-to-date betting lines, fantasy plays, and the latest NASCAR news, catch the pre-race show before every Cup Series race. Plus, 2 hours of post-race coverage on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90.
The football talk doesn't stop on SiriusXM NFL Radio.
They're mentally tough, they're physically tough, and they're talented.
From OTAs to mini camps and leading up to training camps, stay updated on the latest news around the National Football League.
Got to practice a certain way if you want to be winners.
Our experts are getting you ready for the 2025 season.
For the veteran players, they want to see the guy earn the job.
There's a story for every team on NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
This is Mike Farron from Power Alley. When you work together as long as former general manager Jim Duquette and I have...
5 years.
13. Regardless, we know everything about each other, like my favorite city.
New York.
Chicago. My favorite food.
Hot dog with lots of ketchup.
Gross. My favorite musician.
Billy Joel.
Somehow even more gross. Jim, what do you actually know about me?
You love baseball, just like me.
Join us for baseball talk and apparently very little else on Power Alley, weekdays, 10 a.m. Eastern, MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
Well said, Mitch.
It's Mike.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Radio Network.
Blue Jays baseball is presented by Crown Rust Protection. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. leading off, bottom of the fifth, and the pitch from Gunnar Hoagland is bounced foul, third base side, 0-1. Alongside former Major League pitcher Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. 6-5 lead for the Blue Jays. Solo home runs from Bo and George have helped Toronto come back from a deficit. Now Vladdy hits one foul. Hoagland ahead of him, 0-2. Guerrero 1 for 2 today with a single and a run score. Faces a 2-strike pitch. High, ball 1. So I went back and looked. Guerrero now with a 31-game on-base streak. 1-2 to Vlad. Hit on the ground, foul again, into the third base dugout. I misquoted slightly yesterday. It was the longest on-base streak for the Blue Jays since Kevin Biggio went 30 straight. Although Biggio's was split between 2 seasons. I don't totally know how I feel about counting that as a streak. 1-2 pitch, high and tight, 2 balls, 2 strikes. But you look at it, if you're talking about in one season, a streak of 30 or more games, 11 different Blue Jays have done it. Vlad, the 11th to do it. You have pretty much all the names you're thinking. Delgado did it 3 different times. Jose Bautista did it a couple times. Edwin did it. 2-2. Swing and a towering fly ball, deep right center field. Clark's got a beat on it on the warning track. Hunched over, he makes the catch. And there's one out in this inning.
Well, the cool thing about the streak to me, at least watching him every single day, is it seems like he doesn't feel the need to carry the offense. He's allowing other players to go out and do the damage. He's taking walks when the opposing pitcher gives him walks, and that's really tough to do. He's not swinging at those sliders off the plate that he so often did early in his career.
Pitch to Addison Barger, called a strike, 0-1. John Schneider talked a little bit about that today. He said it is tough for Vladdy. You know, ideally he'd like to get more pitches in the zone, and he'd like to come up with more of those big hits as Barger chops one to first. Backhanded Soderstrom, underhand flip to Hoagland, 2 down. Like you look at Vladdy's day yesterday, he came up 6 times. He was walked in 3 of them, including an intentional walk. Teams are not really going after him right now, but he gave credit to Vlad for doing what you were just talking about. Instead of forcing it to be the hero himself, they are happy with him taking walks if he's going to see 4 pitches out of the strike zone.
Well, I think the Blue Jays need to get him some protection in some way. I know that Anthony Santander was that guy, at least early on in the season. Now you have Addison Barger protecting him today. Maybe he'll see more fastballs in the zone.
George Springer swings at the first pitch, hits a deep one out to center, and Springer has done it again. Second homer of the game for Springer. First pitch swinging again. He hits a homer to dead center field, and the Blue Jays add to their advantage. It's 7-5 Toronto in the 5th.
Well, how about that? George Springer's 25th career multi-homer game. Like you said, jumping all over the first pitch from Hoagland and hammering it again to center field. Denzel Clark, the center fielder for the Athletics, just turning around and watching that thing bang off that batter's eye out in center field.
Miles Straw comes up now and bunts one foul, third base side, 0-1. Springer came up in the third. First pitch, four-seam fastball, hit it out to center. This time, first pitch slider, hit it out to center. He's there for a good time, not a long time, standing at home plate.
He's always been a guy that doesn't want to wait around, though. Always a guy that jumps all over first pitches.
0-1 outside. No, called a strike. Pardon me. 1 ball, 1 strike. He does seem to be settling into the DH role fairly comfortably right now. Santander on the injured list. 0-2. Check swing, pitch down and away. Appeal to third. Slow no swing signal from Tom Hanahan. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Straw hitting because Dalton Varsho had to be removed from this ball game. Varsho pulled up in between second and third on a triple attempt in the third. Now Straw lofts the ball out to shallow right field. Coming in, Butler makes the catch and ends the inning. The Blue Jays get one on 1 hit. Solo home run by George Springer makes it 7-5 Toronto after 5 innings. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You could bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Lights up, let's go to Junior J Sundays. It's family fun throughout the ballpark with games and activities that your squad will never forget.
Feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Breaking news. Spring fashion is heating up at TSC.ca with a wave of top brands and new styles. I'm here with one happy shopper. What did you score?
Oh, where do I start? New designer heels from Ron White, a cute Hillary McMillan jacket, a stunning Avera diamond bracelet, everything I need for spring.
And what's the damage report on your wallet?
Oh, I split all my purchases into interest-free Easy Pay payments. No damage to report here.
Shop now, pay over time. I love it. Discover the latest spring fashion at TSC.ca. Exciting offers every day.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He makes the catch, and the Blue Jays win the ball game.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the 6th inning. Thanks so much for tuning in today. Blue Jays leading 7-5 over the Athletics, and the first pitch to Luis Urias drops in. It's a breaking ball from Easton Lucas to get ahead 0-1.
A little bit of breathing room now for Easton Lucas. Instead of that 1-run lead, it's a 2-run lead. A little bit easier to fill up that strike zone.
0-1 is in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike. Got the breathing room because George Springer hit his 2nd home run of the game and his 8th of the year. Both of them went out to dead center. 1-1. Popped up. Just back of the second baseman, Ernie Clement. He goes into shallow right center on the turf, waves his arms in the air, and makes the grab. 1 out. This 6th inning is brought to you by Desjardins Insurance. Get insurance that's really big on care at Desjardins.com/care today. We talked about it a little bit between innings, but maybe an anomaly, maybe something to look into. George Springer has now hit 8 home runs on the season, and 7 of them have come while being the designated hitter. Only 1 of his home runs was hit in a game he was playing the outfield. Pitch to Max Schumann, sprayed foul to the right, 0-1.
Maybe there's something to that. Maybe he likes just relaxing in the dugout in between innings. Doesn't feel like running all the way out to right field. Just wants to slug.
And you can get, actually some more work in the cage during the game. 0-1. Hit on the ground off the foot of Lucas. That'll ricochet into right center. That's just tough luck for Easton Lucas. That one was going to roll over the mound and right into the glove of Ernie Clement. Lucas tried to get out of the way, but it struck his foot, and Schumann's on first with a single.
Oh, yeah, that's too bad. I thought at first that Easton Lucas was trying to glove that baseball, trying to make a play on it, but he was just trying to get out of the way.
Training staff's going out to the mound right now, those that aren't currently tending to Dalton Varsho, but Lucas is pretty clear with them that he's all right. He didn't even ask to throw a warm-up pitch. That might have even hit him on the underside of the foot. So he'll remain in this game as the Blue Jays get the pen working again. Yariel Rodriguez is up and throwing for Toronto.
And like you said, that's too bad that ball hit Easton Lucas's foot. Ernie Clement was right behind him, ready for that baseball.
So Denzel Clark to the plate. 1 for 2 today with his first major league home run coming back in the second. The pitch. Just inside, ball 1. 25-year-old outfielder Clark out of Cal State Northridge. That's from the right side. Rests the bat on his right shoulder, 1-0. Swing and a miss. Clark looking down to third base for signs. Digs back in. Two-tone bat for the right-handed hitter. Black barrel, lighter colored handle. 1-1. Hit on the ground up the middle. Clement has it. Steps on second one. Throw over to first. Double play to end the inning. 4-3. The Blue Jays turn it, erasing the one-out Schumann single. And we go to the bottom of the 6th. Toronto 7 and the Athletics 5. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Get in the flow with the channel of unforgettable R&B from back when Beyonce went solo, through Drake's unstoppable rise.
That's why I need a one dance.
To when SZA dropped Control.
I just keep him satisfied through the weekend.
Feel the energy and emotion of 2000s and 2010s R&B in the flow. Channel 48 and at home with SiriusXM on your phone, computer, Alexa, TV, or other internet-connected devices.
This is John Paul Morosi. This week on the SiriusXM original podcast, The Road to Cooperstown, I sit down with Hall of Famer Lee Smith.
I actually quit playing baseball to go play college basketball. And I have a guy by the name of Mr. Billy Williams came to my house and talked to me and come up, give him a chance because that relief pitching thing I didn't like.
The Road to Cooperstown airs Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89, and the SiriusXM app. New episodes drop every Tuesday wherever you get your podcasts.
Let the games begin.
On SiriusXM, you get all the sports play-by-play you want and all the live sports talk you need. It's always a home game when you listen to the NFL, NHL, NBA, and MLB on the SiriusXM app.
How good is that?
We fuel your fandom with NASCAR, the biggest college games, PGA, and soccer. And when news breaks, hear instant reaction.
We got a big developing story out of Cincinnati.
The SiriusXM app. Everything a sports fan needs, all in one place.
The Blue Jays are in flight, leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on Sirius XM.
Bottom 6, Blue Jays leading the A's 7-5 as Ernie Clement takes low from Gunnar Hoagland. Ball 1. Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth alongside Chris LaRue. I'm Ben Schulman. The pitch. Clement lines it left field, down and bouncing into the corner. Ernie Clement around first. He's jogging into second with another extra base hit. His second hit of the day and his 10th double of the season. Blue Jays have a runner in scoring position, nobody out.
This guy is just relentless. Takes that hanging changeup from Hoagland. Doesn't try to overswing. Just gets the barrel to the baseball and drills that thing into the corner in left field for a leadoff double.
Clement just building on his big series already. Had multiple extra base hits in each of the games the last 2 days. In fact, he's the first Blue Jay to do that this year. Have 2 extra base hits or more in 2 straight games. It's the first time he's done it in his career. And the last Blue Jay to do it overall was Joey Loperfido last season. Shea Langolier's out to the hill, talking to the starter Hoagland. who has been hit around today, but if nothing else has provided some valuable innings for Mark Kotsay because their starters did not get through more than 2 innings worth of outs each of the last 2 days, so they've needed this from Oakland.
And if you're Mark Kotsay, you have to try to keep that run at second base. That's an important run. It's just a 2-run ball game. Blue Jays are up 7-5.
At the plate now, Nathan Lucas. 2-run single in the first, ground ball double play in the third. Corners pinched in. Oakland looks at second, deals home, and Lucas fouls it off. 0-1. They did try to bunt yesterday in a similar situation with Lucas. He actually did not get the bunt down on either of his tries, but then with 2 strikes, hit a single that ended up doing even more than the bunt would have. But maybe that plays into them not going for a bunt in this spot today. 0-1. Up and in. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I think you also have to look at the pitcher that's on the mound right now. He seems to be pretty hittable at this point, so you trust a guy like Nathan Lucas to get the job done.
1-1 pitch. Lucas grounds it right side. Diving stops Soderstrom, the first baseman, puts his glove on the bag as Clement dives into third. It's a heck of a play by Soderstrom. Saves a run and saves it for being an extra base hit. Instead, it's the first out. Runner on third, 1 down.
Yeah, Nathan Lucas was shocked that Soderstrom came up with that baseball. Just stood there halfway between home plate and first base staring at Tyler Soderstrom, but he did his job. Now the A's bring that infield in, and that big run is standing out at third base now with 1 out in the inning.
Jonathan Clase up. Oakland rocks and offers. Clase grounds it foul, 0-1. Take a quick peek at the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Rays are leading the Astros 3-1. Home runs from Yandy Diaz and a ground ball RBI from Jose Caballero. A 1. In the dirt, skips past Langoliers, and Clement strolls home. 8-5 Blue Jays on a pitch that got away. I think it bounced, but I think if you ask Shea Langoliers, he probably wants to get in front of that. We'll take a look at the replay. It skipped, it just went right under the glove.
And that's why it's so important to get that run to third base with less than 2 outs. Because things like that can happen. A wild pitch, a pass ball, a sac fly.
Next pitch, swing and a miss, 1-2.
And you don't have to rely on that guy standing in the batter's box to get a base hit to score you from second base.
It goes as a wild pitch, the 1-2. Downstairs, 2 balls and 2 strikes. It's a wild pitch because it bounced, but it is a bit of a tough break, I think, if you're Gunnar Hoagland. 8-5 Blue Jays, bottom 6, 1 out, bases empty. And the 2-2 to Clase. Grounded foul just behind the back of Mark Budzinski. On that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, by the way, Houston tied it up. As I was saying, it was 3-1 race. Homers from Jeremy Pena, 2 of them today, has the score at 3-3. 2-2 pitch to Clase, flipped out to left center field. Charging in Andujar, he got a late break and it bounces in front of him. Looping single for Jonathan Clase, got it off the end of the bat, but he'll take it. A smile back to the dugout. He's on first with 1 out.
It would have been really interesting if Jonathan Clase tried to take second there. Kind of bounced up and away from Miguel Andujar at second base. I think that if Jonathan Clase was running hard around first base, he would have been able to get to second base.
He might be able to get there right now.
That's probably what he's thinking.
He's got 3 stolen bases on the year. First pitch hit on the ground by Ali Sanchez. Toss over to second 1, throw to first. That is an inning-ending double play. 5-4-3. The Athletics turn it, but the Blue Jays add to their lead. Ernie Clement starts the inning with a double. Comes in to score on a wild pitch. A run on 2 hits, no errors, none left for the Blue Jays. We go to the 7th, 8-5 Toronto. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Which Looney Dogger are you? Do you approach Tuesdays with swagger and style? You could be a Rizzy Glizzy. Maybe you're an architect stacking your Looney Dogs up high. Do you walk into the ballpark with the confidence of an MVD? Then you're the most valuable dogger. This season at Rogers Center, every Tuesday home game is Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. No matter which Looney Dogger you are, you'll have the opportunity to purchase $1 hot dogs from various concession stands around the ballpark. Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. Every Tuesday home game. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Drywall, an essential part of many, many projects. It's important to get it right and start with quality materials. Essentials you'll always find competitively priced at Timber Mart, like CGC, a recognized giant in the drywall industry for over 100 years and leading Canadian manufacturer of gypsum drywall. Well established and reputable, building pros and contractors know CGC, and you get exactly what the best builders trust. That's as sexy as drywall gets. Timber Mart, Canada's building center.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Vladdy with a huge stretch for the double play.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the 7th inning in downtown Toronto. Thank you for tuning in. A pitching change for the Blue Jays, who lead 8-5 over the Athletics going into this inning. You might recognize the music of the lefty Brendan Little. He is into the ball game right now, and a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. It's appearance 28 on the season for Brendan Little. ERA a little bit below 1.5. He faces the top of the Athletics order, offering now to Lawrence Butler. Down and away, ball 1.
He's been really good. In May, he's 3-0 and hasn't given up an earned run yet.
One-0 pitch. Inside, 2 balls and no strikes. Saw Little in the game yesterday. He came in and threw a scoreless inning around a walk. And you'll see this from time to time. Falls behind 2-0. Lefty kicks and deals. And now it's 3 balls and no strikes. We've talked about it. He will come out of the gate at times and struggle to find the zone, but more often than not this year, he's found a way back into it and gotten the outs he needed. His 3-0 pitch. On the inside edge, strike 1.
I mean, that's a perfect example right there. He's trying to throw that pitch right down the middle, and he does, but it has so much movement that it ends up at the bottom of that strike zone.
3-1. That one down the middle. Butler looked like he was taken all the way. Called a strike, 3-2.
It's just so difficult to control.
It's a blessing and a curse at times for Little, but it's been much more of a blessing this year. His payoff pitch is lined over the leaping Barger at third and down and left. Fielded deep by Clase. Butler rounds first and stops there with a leadoff single. (8-5) Blue Jays top 7. That guy getting on makes you feel like the run the Blue Jays scored in the bottom of the 6th was even more important. Butler getting on would have brought the tying run to the plate, but now it doesn't as Jacob Wilson takes down an in-ball 1. Ernie Clement doubled, scored on a wild pitch to make it 8-5 rather than 7-5.
Well, it's a lot easier now for Brendan Little to just focus on Jacob Wilson. Obviously, he doesn't want Lawrence Butler to get to second base.
And he will throw over. Butler gets back in standing up.
But that's not your main focus. Your main focus with a 3-run lead in the top of the 7th inning is throw strike 1 to Jacob Wilson.
Southpaw kicks and offers, and it's inside with the fastball there, 2-0. That was the cutter from Little at 94, his 3rd most used pitch out of 3. Sinker and curveball thrown more. 2-0 pitch. Called a strike, 2-1.
That fastball there was just so nasty. He started that thing on the black on the inside part of the plate to right-handed hitting Jacob Wilson, and it just kind of ran over the middle of the plate.
2-1. Bounced up the middle, deflected by Little. Bichette bare hands, tosses over to first in time. Just how they drew it up, deflects off Little. Bichette with the bare hand off a hop. Vladdy into the splits on the stretch, and Mark Kotze is not going to challenge.
That is ridiculous. I'm pretty sure the Blue Jays would have gotten a double play there had Brendan Little not deflected that with his glove, but what a heads-up play from Bichette, bare-handing that baseball and just getting Jacob Wilson at first base. What a stretch from Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
And Wilson's quick. He is not a guy that you can easily get unless you make the play straightforward. That was anything but straightforward. But the Blue Jays get the out now. Brent Rooker takes outside ball 1. So Butler on second, 1 down. 8-5 Blue Jays, top of the 7th. Little stares at second. Butler dancing around. Now the pitch to Rooker. Low ball 1.
And that's a massive play in this ball game, because if Bichette doesn't make that play, that brings Brent Rooker to the plate as the tying run and nobody out in the inning.
Instead, Rooker up with 1 out and a runner on second. It's a 2-0 count. Butler moving around off second. 2-0. Low ball 3.
He's really struggling with that release point right now. 13 pitches, just 5 strikes in the inning. That fastball is moving all over the place.
Set at the belt. Little kicks and deals. And it's inside. A 4-pitch walk to Brent Rooker.
If I'm Pete Walker, I get out there right now. I'm sure he's thinking about it.
Walker standing beside John Schneider. And at least Ali Sanchez is going to go out there. Now it looks like Pete Walker will grab the railing and go talk to Little as well. Walker gave some instruction to John Schneider to call down to the bullpen about what the Blue Jays are going to do for their next reliever.
That's a good mound visit. You just want to go out there and calm him down, let him know that his stuff is good enough to get guys out, kind of reinforce that. I know Brendan Little knows that, but when you lose the strike zone like Brendan Little has in this inning, it's almost like you forget that. You forget that you're good enough to get guys out. Your mind is spinning out there, and that's Pete Walker's job, to run out there, let him know he is good enough, throw strike 1, get a double play, and get us back to that dugout.
Last year, this would have been a spot Little might have felt comfortable entering. He was pitching a lot for ground balls with the sinker, so he's got that in him, even if he's become more of a strikeout pitcher this season. Coming to the plate is a guy you can double up. He doesn't run terrible, but he's not the quickest guy on the team. It's Tyler Soderstrom, the left-handed hitting first baseman. First and second. Rooker on first, Butler on second. 8-5 Blue Jays, 1 out, top of the 7th. Soderstrom is the tying run. The pitch. Fouled back off Ali Sanchez's right shin pad. Or shin guard. It's 0-1.
Just like that, strike 1. Pete Walker working his magic out there with that mound visit.
He's got a decent record with the mound visits. See if he can get the ground ball. The 0-1. Inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. We peek over quickly to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. For the fans of football, the European kind, Paris Saint-Germain, champions of Europe. 1-1 to Soderstrom. Check swing on a pitch in the dirt. Appeal down to third, no swing. 2-1. PSG defeats Inter Milan 5-0. The final. Take home their first European Cup. All of our out-of-town scores brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. In Toronto, it's 8-5 for the Blue Jays. Out hitting the Athletics, 10-9 so far. Butler taken off, inside move by Little, turns and throws to third. They got him in a rundown. Barger to Bichette, and they tag out Butler, sliding into second. He's asking for a challenge. He doesn't think he was tagged. And we'll see what Mark Kotze has to say. But for now, Butler picked off, trying to steal third.
Well, I don't know what the Athletics are going to do here, but it looked to me, at least from our point of view, that they that Bo Bichette missed the tag. We're about to see a slow motion replay, but how about that heads up play from Brendan Little with the inside move? Lawrence Butler, I don't think they got him.
They will challenge. And the replay looked pretty clear.
The Athletics are challenging the out call at second.
Lawrence Butler was very confident. It didn't take long for Mark Kotze and company to ask for the challenge. And the replay looks fairly straightforward. The Blue Jays do benefit from the fact, though, that the call on the field is out.
I guess the only thing that you could argue there is, did he get his jersey as Lawrence Butler was sliding by? You couldn't really tell on the replay that we just saw, but what do you think, Ben?
I lean it's overturned. I don't think he got him. It was a real busy play over at second base. Bo Bichette ran in behind Butler just as a fake, not an actual pickoff. And once Butler realized that, he actually stretched his lead out because Little wasn't looking at him and took off early for third. All of a sudden, Little was looking at him, pulled the inside move where you don't actually have to throw to second. So he turned towards second and then shuffled his body to fire to Barger. Barger had it. Butler turned back for second base. Barger tossed over to Bo, but Bo swiped the tag and might have just missed the back of the base runner.
It's relatively difficult to really see if that glove just grazed that jersey. And I know you think that he's out, and I tend to lean that way as well. But I
think he's safe.
Safe.
Yeah.
And I tend to lean that way as well. But the call on the field is out, so you have to remember that.
No, it's no guarantee. I feel kind of 65-35 that they'll overturn this. But they're taking a while, and that tends to favor the call on the field. Here it comes. And the microphone didn't work, but we'll tell you, they just called him out. So either they confirmed it or the call on the field stands. Either way, Brendan Little, heads up play on the hill, catches Butler trying to steal third as Butler left early. And they're now 2 down with a runner on first.
Well, I think that's a good call just because on the replays you can't really see, like I said, if that glove grazes the jersey of Lawrence Butler. He's really slowly walking off the field right now.
Play is going on. He's still walking off the field. The pitch to Tyler Soderstrom up and in, ball 3. Remember, Chris, yesterday we had talked about, I think it was yesterday, maybe 2 days ago, some of the throws from the A's outfielders weren't going to the right spots or right cutoff guys. I see that potentially, again, as a little bit of inexperience. You have the tying run at the plate, and you're taking off for third. Now the 3-1 call to strike 3 and 2.
And the guy at the plate has 2 home runs in 2 games.
Yeah, he hit a 3-run homer this game.
Right.
With one swing, he could tie it up for you. Yes, there's an advantage to being on third with 1 out, but I just don't think that's the play you want to be making. Full count, Rooker on first. Vladdy relinquishes the hold. Rooker will be off on the pitch. 8-5 Blue Jay lead. Little kicks and offers to Tyler Soderstrom. Outside ball 4, and Soderstrom takes a walk.
We've actually had a lot of discussions this year of should the player at first base steal or should the player at second base steal, and then we talk about the guy in the dugout or in the batter's box, and we say, well, no, because the guy in the batter's box has a ton of home runs, a ton of power. Why would you take the bat out of the hands of the guy in the batter's box? And that's essentially what Lawrence Butler did.
Yeah, it's a huge factor. Now Soderstrom on first, 2 on, 2 out, and Brendan Little out of the game. A pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Let's go over to today's host. Here's Show Ali.
Thanks very much, Ben. Let's check on that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Ben mentioned the Champions League final today. Let's talk about it a little more. Paris Saint-Germain taking on Inter Milan. It was the 70th European Cup final, a dominant win for PSG. Again, a 5-0 win over Inter Milan. 4 different players scoring in this game. 2 goals coming from 19-year-old Désiré Doué, who becomes the youngest player ever to score twice in a Champions League final. This is the first Champions League win ever for PSG as a club, having lost 1-0 back in 2020. That was their only other appearance in the final in club history. They are just the second French team to win the European Cup, Marseille having done it in 1993, and the first from France to win the treble, having already won Ligue 1 and the Coupe de France. Incroyable from PSG today. We also do have the Spanish Grand Prix that is tapped for tomorrow, and I know Canadians are always looking forward to seeing their fellow Canucks in these international events. Unfortunately, Aston Martin's Lance Stroll will not participate. He is withdrawn from the race with hand and wrist pain. He'll undergo surgery to fix the issue. Aston Martin has not disclosed when this procedure will take place or the expected time frame of the recovery. The next Grand Prix after tomorrow for F1 is in Montreal in 2 weeks, so it unfortunately seems like it would be a long shot for him to participate in that event. Blue Jays baseball, as always, is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action here at the Rogers Center. Here are Ben Shulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. For the 24th time this year, the Blue Jays will call on Yariel Rodriguez. Right-hander enters in a big spot. 8-5 Blue Jays, 2 outs, runners on first and second, and the tying run is going to be represented by slugging catcher Shea Langoliers. Rodriguez with a 2.86 ERA on the season in 28 1/3 innings pitched, including a May where he's allowed 1 earned run in 15 2/3. Right on right, he offers home, and the pitch is taken high for ball 1.
Well, a lot like Brendan Little, I think the toughest thing and the biggest thing for him, for Yariel Rodriguez to do, is just get strike 1. Fill up that strike zone. Find the command of that fastball early.
1-0. Called a strike. Dropped a breaking ball in the top of the zone. That was the slider, 1-1. Four-seamer, sinker, slider, splitter for Yariel Rodriguez. He peeks back at second at Rooker in the 1-1. Here's a slider for a strike, 1 and 2. Going breaking ball heavy early on with Shea Langoliers.
2 strikes now. You want to throw something out of the strike zone.
He saved up the fastball for now. Maybe you go up with it?
I would probably think about that, or just bounce a breaking ball. You just don't want to give anything that Shea Langoliers could barrel up and potentially score that run from second base.
Rooker on second, Soderstrom on first, 2 outs, top of the 7th, 8-5 Blue Jays advantage. Rodriguez shrugs the shoulders, looks at second, kicks and offers. Swing and a foul back. 98, it was in the zone, but about as hard of a pitch as you'll see from Rodriguez, and it's fouled off to the right, still 1 and 2.
I think they were trying to elevate with that 4-seam fastball at 98. You can see Ali Sanchez with the target above the strike zone. Still was a pretty good pitch, though, almost on the black outside.
The 1-2 again. Up and in with the heater at 97. Pops out of the glove of Sanchez, but he picks it up off to his right. Runners hold. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yariel missed his spot there with the fastball up and in, almost hitting Shea Langoliers, but I like that pitch. Whether you meant to, whether you didn't, that sends a message. Now it opens up that outside part of the plate.
2-2 count. Rodriguez set just above the belt. He kicks and offers. Swing and a foul off the glove of the catcher Sanchez and back into the backstop. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. I think that one shook up Ali Sanchez a little bit. He was hunched over for a moment, but now he's standing up behind home plate. Rodriguez ducks his head down, looking at the ground as he sets. And time called for behind the plate. I think there was a miscommunication between Sanchez and Rodriguez. Sanchez stood up, and thankfully Yariel saw him in time. He had already kicked his knee up, but put it back down without throwing the pitch. Sanchez going to his right knee to the pitch comm, giving the signal to Rodriguez. The 2-2. Swing and a foul tip. Strike 3. Big fist pump. Yariel gets him with 98 to strand a pair of runners and end the top of the 7th. No runs for the A's on a hit. 2 left, and it's 8-5 Blue Jays at the 7th inning stretch. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their
Hey, you. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. The one that's hanging out listening to the Blue Jays game with us. We appreciate you being here. Now that we got your attention, welcome to our awesome community. Please hit that subscribe button and turn on the bell so you don't miss it for game 1 through 162 and, of course, every single game of the MLB playoffs, whether the Blue Jays are in or not. We appreciate you being here. We've just passed over 100,000 subscribers because of you. Yeah, those of you who haven't hit that subscribe button yet, that just do now, it's because of you that we're here. And everybody that's hit that subscribe button along the way. And we're on our way to 1 million and even further. Thank you for hanging out with us during the Jays game. Welcome to our awesome community. Thanks for turning on that bell, and we'll see you back in the chat.
And business needs. Certain conditions apply.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Barrios retires 7 in a row
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. Alongside former Major League hurler Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Blue Jays 8, Athletics 5, bottom of the 7th inning. It's a pitching change for Mark Kotsay, his first one of the game. The Athletics bring in the right-hander Tyler Ferguson, who was one of the many to feature for the A's yesterday. Righty to Bo Bichette, misses low, ball 1. Pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Ferguson had a scoreless inning and a third yesterday, allowing only 1 hit, 1-0. Swing and a deep fly ball left field, but it's hanging up, jogging under it, and Duhar makes the catch off to his right. 1 out.
Bo Bichette was all over that sweeper, just a hair out in front, got it off the end of the bat. Hit a little fly ball out to left field. Miguel Andujar with the easy catch for out number 1.
Tyler Ferguson will take that. He's trying to get his season back under control. Really, really good through March, April, but has struggled a fair bit in May. Pitch to Vlad Guerrero Jr. Down and in, ball 1. Overall season ERA is 3.91 entering this outing. But in the month of May, Ferguson has allowed 10 earned runs in 10 2/3. Now 11 innings. 1-0. Swing and a miss at a good breaking ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Although really, the A's could say that about a lot of things this month. I think they're as happy as anyone that the calendar flips to June tomorrow. 1-1 pitch. Called a strike. You look at the start to the year, the A's were around at times above 500, but this month it has really fallen apart. The only team with a record worse than the A's in May is the Rockies, who have won 9 games total this season. A's have lost 15 of 16 and 19 of 22. 1-2. Bounce foul. It's really soured some of the positive momentum they felt over there. The A's had a strong second half last year, around 500 in the second half. Invested some money, came into this year, and got out of the gates around 500. 1-2. Outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. But now they've wound up with the same record through 58 games that they had last year through 58 games.
Yeah, and that all hinges on the pitching staff. The lineup itself is solid.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
2-2. Foul back, still 2-2.
I think the pitching staff just has to throw more strikes. We saw yesterday 11 base on balls. I mean, you can't walk 11 guys in a ball game and expect to win, even if you score 7 runs.
Right. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 1 out, bases empty. The pitch to Vlad Guerrero. Bounce toward third base softly. Charging in Schumann. Gloves. Throws over to first. Vladdy's sprinting, but the throw beat him by a half step. And there are 2 down.
That was a pretty awkward catch over there by Tyler Soderstrom. It actually looked like Vlad might have stepped on his foot. I don't think he did, but it was just really awkward over there. Luckily, they got the out.
Soderstrom, a catcher originally, has moved to first base in his minor league career. And now plays mostly first and a little outfield in the majors. So 2 outs and the bases empty. Here comes Addison Barger. Right-hander Tyler Ferguson out of Vanderbilt. Kicks and offers. Barger takes called strike 1. By the way, the Blue Jays provided an update on Dalton Varsho, who came out of the game in the 3rd inning. Grabbed his left hamstring, trying to stretch a double into a triple. 0-1 pitch hit very high out to left center field. Denzel Clark calls for it and makes the catch. That will do it for the inning. The Blue Jays said that Varsho is dealing with left hamstring discomfort. Probably MRIs or testing coming up later tonight. 1-2-3 inning for Tyler Ferguson and the A's. We go to the 8th. 8-5 Blue Jays. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Tonight in the NBA, it's Game 6 in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Brunson catch and shoot 3. He got it. He's got 22 points.
At 8 Eastern, can the Knicks force a Game 7 back in New York? Or will Tyrese Halliburton and the Pacers punch their ticket to the NBA Finals?
At this point, there's no such thing as surprises. Now it's on us to respond.
Hear home and away local broadcasts of every NBA playoff game on Sirius XM with nonstop postseason coverage on NBA Radio Channel 86 and the Sirius XM app.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike 3 and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
In a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on Sirius XM Channel 89 and every morning on the Sirius XM app.
This is Steve Phillips from the Leadoff Spot. Join me and Jim Bowden Monday at 7 a.m. Eastern as we recap all the action from the weekend in baseball. Headlined by a rematch of the 2024 World Series as Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers host Aaron Judge and the Yankees. We'll give you all the big plays from all the big games, and in case you missed it, take you around the bases with all the top stories, and you can watch us live on MLB Network at 9 a.m. Eastern. All that and more in the Leadoff Spot on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the Sirius XM app.
Jays fans, John Schneider joins MLB Network Radio every other Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern on Sirius XM 89 and the Sirius XM app.
Network.
Top half of the 8th inning at Rogers Center in downtown Toronto. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. The Blue Jays leading the A's 8-5. Yariel Rodriguez deals home and misses outside to Miguel Andujar. Ball 1. Rodriguez struck out Shea Langoliers, stranding a pair of runners and ending the 7th. Helped out his buddy Brendan Little, keeping a couple runs off his line. Now the 1-0 is bounced toward the mound. Third base side, Rodriguez picks it up and fires a strike over to first. Might have been about 85 on that throw. There's 1 out.
Well, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is jokingly staring at Yariel Rodriguez, saying, hey, you don't need to throw the ball that hard at me. But Yariel's not looking at him. Finally he did. There you go.
I oversold it a little. 83 miles an hour. Sometimes that's the best, though. When you see the pitchers try and throw it softer, I feel like a lot of the time they lollipop it or it misses high and wide.
That's also when it goes into right field.
Right.
When you don't try to throw it hard.
Yeah. Just do your normal motion. See what happens. 1 out. Luis Urias is up. Rodriguez right on right offers home. Urias takes a strike. Warming up in the Athletics bullpen, Mason Miller, the hardest thrower in Major League Baseball. Was hoping we'd get a chance to see Miller this series, and it looks like we will in the bottom of the 8th. 0-1. Called a strike, 0-2.
Well, you're also in luck because it's a 4-game series and there's another game tomorrow.
I know. But the recent evidence of the last 3 has not said there's going to be a save situation for the A's tomorrow. You never know. 0-2 pitch. Outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. In just a sec, we'll take a look at the Bet365 standings. At Bet365, you can bet on popular markets like hits, home runs, and total bases. Download the app and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. 1-2 pitch. Poked away, foul over the netting and the first base dugout into the seats. No changes yet in terms of the divisional standings. No finals from AL East teams. So it stands as it did to start the day. Yankees 35-21. Rays and Blue Jays 6.5 back, both 29-28. Red Sox 8.5 back, 28-31. And the Orioles 15 back, 20-36. The 1-2. Bounce to the plate. Blue Jays have a chance to leapfrog the Rays, but they'll need a little bit of help in that even if they win. And the Rays are beating the Astros 4-3 right now on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. 8-5 Blue Jays, the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a liner out to deep left. Racing back, Clase on the track makes the catch. Good swing there from Urias, but it just stayed in the yard, 2 down.
Well, the good thing about getting help from the Rays is it's May 31st, and the standings don't really matter.
So you're saying you don't want me to do the wild card standings right now?
I mean, we can.
It's your call.
That'll make Jays fans more excited, I think, because I think they're only a game and a half back. Right?
They are, yeah only a game and a half out. Now, again, like Chris said, there's still over 100 games left. Wild card standings at this point in the year can make a lot of teams feel good. Pitch to Max Schumann, fouled back 0-1. But why don't we do it? We haven't done it yet this year.
Let's do it. It's almost June.
We haven't done it yet. The Minnesota Twins occupy the first wild card spot. They're 31-25. Tied for that second and third spot, Cleveland and Seattle, both 30-26. Kansas City Royals are 30-28, a game back, and then it's the Blue Jays and the Rays, both a game and a half back. 0-1 pitch. High. 1 ball, 1 strike. You have some other teams like Texas is 3 back, next spot behind the Blue Jays. And then you have Boston, 1 spot behind them, 3.5 back. 1-1 pitch is high, 2 balls and 1 strike. And all of that is pretty much to show that there's 8 or 9 teams in that murky middle, and maybe even more than that, still hanging around for the wild card. It's kind of the Yankees and the Tigers on one end, the White Sox, Orioles, and at this point the A's on the other end, and then everyone else. 2 out, space is empty, 8-5, top of the 8th. Rodriguez with a 2-1 to Max Schumann. Called a strike, 2-2.
That's gross. That fastball is really, really good right now. Little sinking fastball at 97 miles an hour down and in.
Rodriguez cupping his ear to hear the signal from Sanchez. Sets at the belt. He rocks back and delivers. Down and away with the slider, full count.
I know he yanked that slider there, and it probably wasn't his best one of the ball game, but he's a different animal when he's out there as a reliever as opposed to a starter.
It's been a huge boost for the Blue Jays, especially with Sandlin and Garcia on the injured list. 3-2. Poked away, foul. That one goes out of play over the first base dugout. Not to mention Swanson, who we think will return maybe as soon as tomorrow. And Ryan Burr has been down for the whole year as well. Rodriguez shrugs the shoulders. His 3-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Skipping off the mound, Rodriguez with a perfect top of the 8th. Capped off by a strikeout on the slider. Middle of the 8th inning, Blue Jays 8, Athletics 5. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. For our participating location, visit timbermart.ca.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge Double XL 3-topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch 3-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Order pizzapizza.ca.
Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Centre. Visit timbermart.ca.
Breaking news. Spring fashion is heating up at tsc.ca with a wave of top brands and new styles. I'm here with one happy shopper. What did you score?
Oh, where do I start? New designer heels from Ron White, a cute Hillary McMillan jacket, a stunning Avera diamond bracelet, everything I need for spring.
And what's the damage report on your wallet?
Oh, I slid all my purchases into interest-free Easy Pay payments. No damage to report here.
Shop now, pay over time. I love it. Discover the latest spring fashion at tsc.ca. Exciting offers every day.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss. Strike three. Another screaming flex from Hoffman.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the eighth inning, 8-5. The Blue Jays leading the Athletics. Pitching change for the A's brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Flame-throwing right-hander Mason Miller on the hill. The right-hander brings the glove to his face, winds, and delivers to George Springer. Misses inside at 99. Ball one. Alongside Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Miller with the hardest average fastball in the majors each of the last 2 years. Throwing 101 with his four-seamer on average. 1-0. Misses inside at 85. That was the slider. 2 balls, no strikes. Last season, Miller really took the baseball world by storm. 2.5 ERA, 28 saves. This season, he has been up and down. 5.79 ERA, 12 saves. 2-0 pitch. Up and in at 98, ball 3. It's only the 20th time that they've used him, though. They've kind of had to shoehorn him into spots like this. He's the closer, but he's pitching down 3. Righties 3-0. 99 at the knees, strike 1. Not a lot of save situations for the A's recently, who have won 3 of their last 22. 3-1 pitch hit on the ground to third. Down on his hands and knees, it's picked up by Schumann, who pops up and throws to first for the out. Springer got out and around 99, but hit it into the dirt.
Yeah, I think he was guessing fastball there, and he got one. Just missed it, hit it, topped it just a little bit. But like you said about closers coming into closing situations versus being down, I think it's really difficult for closers who are used to being in that high leverage situation to come into a ball game like this, down 3.
First pitch to Miles Strauss, 101, down and away. Check swing, appeal to first, no swing, ball 1.
And feel that energy. I was never a closer. I was always a guy that was in ball games like this, down a run, things like that. But it really is difficult for those guys to come into ball games like that.
1-0 pitch, hit in the air, center field. And making the catch, Torontonian Denzel Clark, 2 down.
I think Jordan Romano was like that. When he would come into non-save situations, he would tend to struggle as well. But in closing situations, he'd be locked down. There's got to be something to it, at least the psychological part of it.
Speaking of closing, Jeff Hoffman is up for the Blue Jays in the bullpen in left field. 2 outs, bottom 8. Blue Jays leading the A's 8-5. Miller to Ernie Clement. Call to strike. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. Clement stumbling over the plate as he fouls away the 0-1, and it's 0-2. Miller making quick work so far. He's thrown 9 pitches and recorded 2 outs. He's ahead of Clement, 0-2. Base is empty. He winds and offers. Fouled off of Langoliers. Couldn't rein it in. So Clement stays alive. Miller, a 3rd rounder by the Athletics out of Gardner Webb. Went to junior college, Waynesburg College before that. 0-2. Fouled back. And I know we get this question from you sometimes, Chris. How did this guy not get picked up by a D1? How did this guy get drafted here? Well, there's a really interesting story with Miller. He wasn't throwing nearly this hard when he was in JUCO. Got a blood test one day, and he had undiagnosed type 1 diabetes. His 0-2. Check swing, pitch outside, peeled out to first base as a strikeout, and that will end the inning. He got the treatment going and gained some weight, and now he is a stud pitcher. He retires the Blue Jays in order, sending us to the 9th inning. 8-5 Toronto. Jeff Hoffman coming in next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This is the Grateful Dead channel. We can do anything we want.
Join the long, strange trip.
I need a miracle every day.
Hi, this is Bobby Weir.
I'm Bill Kreitzman. This is Mickey Hart.
On the band's exclusive home on Sirius XM.
Sugar Magnolia, blossoms grow.
We do it for those moments of amazing stuff.
Touch of the rain.
The Grateful Dead channel, Sirius XM 23, and at home on your phone, computer, Alexa, TV, or other internet-connected devices.
Baseball is back. It's former general manager Jim Duquette, and every Sunday on the front office, we have you covered on everything happening across Major League Baseball.
That's right, Duke. It's former big league GM Jim Bowden. Injuries, extensions, promotions, demotions, and trades. We'll have you covered on all the news.
We'll bring you the front office perspective as the season heats up.
Front office with Jim Duquette and Jim Bowden, Sundays at 10 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the Sirius XM app.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
Say goodbye, home run Aaron Judge.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the Sirius XM app.
In season or out of season, the number one place for college sports is Sirius XM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Pitching change for the Blue Jays as we go to the 9th inning. Pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Right-hander Jeff Hoffman is on. The Blue Jay closer looking to save it for Toronto. They're leading 8-5 as we start the 9th. Drew Avens in to pinch hit, and the first pitch to the left-handed hitter is 95, top of the zone, strike one. Alongside Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Jeff Hoffman's ERA at around 5.5 right now, 12 saves. Righty kicks and deals, and hits the zone with a splitter to get ahead 0-2. Already seen the four-seamer and the splitter, also a sinker and slider for the veteran Jeff Hoffman. 0-2 pitch. Outside to Avens. Bearded left-handed hitter takes it. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, I like the fact that Jeff Hoffman is pounding the strike zone. He has to remember that he's up by 3 runs. So all you do is fill up that zone, see if the Athletics can put the barrel on the baseball.
1-2. Bounce to the plate, 2 balls, 2 strikes. This 9th inning is brought to you by New Pizza from Pizza Pizza. Get a huge 18-inch double XL 3-topping pizza for just $19.99. Bigger slices, bigger bites, only at Pizza Pizza, actually Canadian. 2-2. Foul tip, strike 3. 97 on the outer third, and there's 1 down.
I love that pitch right there. It seems like he's trusting that fastball a little bit more than he has over his last 3 or 4 outings. Just blows that fastball, a 4-seamer at 97 past Avens.
Big first out in the inning for Jeff Hoffman, who now faces the top of the order. Lawrence Butler has had a nice day. He's 2 for 4. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Good back foot slider by Hoffman. 0-1. Blue Jays shifted to the right side of the infield with the lefty hitter up. 0-1. Outside. Threw the slider again, but missed. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hoffman with a breath. Rocks and offers. Check swing on a pitch and appeal down to third. No swing, says John Lipka. 2 balls and 1 strike. A lot of runs early in this game. The Blue Jays leading because they sustained it a little bit more than the A's did. 2-1. Outside 3-1. Both of these teams scored 5 in the first 2 innings. It was 5-5 going to the third, but Toronto with 1 in the third, 1 in the fifth, and 1 in the sixth. 3-1 pitch. Missed just low with a fastball, ball 4. And with 1 out, Lawrence Butler goes down to first with a walk.
Well, you can see the frustration on Jeff Hoffman's face. He knows that it's his job to fill up the strike zone. Obviously, he doesn't want to walk Lawrence Butler in that situation. He want to make some he wants him to be swinging the bat there, up 3 with 1 out in the 9th inning.
Tying run is still on deck, but maybe the toughest A to get out is up right now. Jacob Wilson, 2 hits for him today. The pitch, called a strike. Wilson hitting .347 on the season, leading all major league rookies coming into today in batting average, on base, slugging, doubles, RBIs, and tied for the lead among rookies in homers. 0-1. Fouled back, leaned back in. Knocked that one into the screen behind home plate. 0-2.
Ali Sanchez pointing out at Jeff Hoffman, letting him know that's where he wanted that pitch.
No balls, 2 strikes, runner on first, 1 out. Hoffman stands tall, kicks, and fires. Swing and a fly ball, left center field. Not very deep, coming in Clase. Makes a one-handed catch. And there's 2 down. Nice recovery after the Butler walk. All strikes thrown to Wilson. He gets him out on just 3 pitches.
It's almost like he figured something out after walking Lawrence Butler there. Really good at-bat to a very tough hitter in Jacob Wilson.
Well, you talk about using the breaking ball to get the release point back. He threw 2 sliders. Pretty packed house in Toronto today. They're on their feet. Blue Jays looking to take the series. 2 outs in the pitch to Brent Rooker is foul tipped. Strike 1. 8-5 Blue Jay lead. Butler on first and 2 outs in the 9th. Hoffman looks over his left shoulder at the runner. Now sets at his belt. His 0-1. Swing and a fly ball. Deep left center field. Straw back at the track looking up. It is gone. A 2-run homer by Brent Rooker, and this is a 1-run game. 8-7. Blue Jays just barely still leading the A's with 2 outs in the 9th.
Well, I know that's disappointing if you're Jeff Hoffman. You don't want to give up that 2-run home run there, but you still have a job to do. You still have the lead, and you have a very good power hitter in Tyler Soderstrom standing in that batter's box. 2 home runs in the last couple of games. You have to lock in, throw strike 1, and make sure you're making good pitches against him.
Fans trying to get some energy back again after a brief quiet. Soderstrom up. Blue Jays leading 8-7. 2 outs in the 9th. First pitch, line shot, left field, fair ball, bouncing down the left field line. Soderstrom tears around first. He's into second with a double, and the tying run is in scoring position on a bit of a bloop off the bat of the first baseman.
Yeah, I think Tyler Soderstrom actually broke his bat on that split finger. It was an elevated split finger out over the middle of the plate. Tyler Soderstrom just got enough of it to dump it down that left field line for a double. There's still 2 outs in this inning. That's what Jeff Hoffman has to remember. Focus on that guy in that batter's box. Make good pitches.
Just had a mound meeting with Ali Sanchez, Vlad Guerrero Jr., and Ernie Clement, and it looked like Vlad was doing a lot of the talking to Jeff Hoffman with his arm around him. Soderstrom reaches for a pitch outside off the plate and pokes it down the left field line. And now a single could tie this game. 8-7 Blue Jay lead. 2 outs, top of the 9th. Shea Langoliers is up. Hoffman looks at second and offers home. Fastball zips in at 98. Strike 1.
Seemed like you hit another gear with that one there. A lot of life, 98 miles an hour on the inside part.
Blue Jays have won 5 in a row at home. Hoffman's 0-1. Swing and a liner, diving, catch up the middle. Ernie Clement, and the Blue Jays win it. It's a good day to be a Toronto Blue Jay and a good day to have Ernie Clement in a Blue Jay uniform. He steals away a potential game-tying hit, and the Blue Jays win it 8-7.
My goodness. What can't this guy do? He can play every position. He can hit home runs, coming up with the big play there to take this game, to take this series. Ernie Clement, I want that guy on my roster. Holy cow.
What a finish to an exciting game, 8-7, the final score. The Blue Jays have taken all of the first 3 of this 4-game series. We're going to take a quick step aside. We'll wrap it up when we come back and get you over to Blue Jays Talk with Show Ali and Julia Kreutz. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You could bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Lights up, let's go to Junior J Sundays. It's family fun throughout the ballpark with games and activities that your squad will never forget.
Feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. Make no payments for 12 months with the Timber Mart Deferred Payment Program. Apply for a Timber Mart project card today and pay later, 12 months later. Financing provided by Fairstone Financial Inc. Conditions apply. Ask in-store for details or apply at timbermart.ca. Locally owned, proudly Canadian. Timber Mart is Canada's building center.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge Double XL free topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch 3-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh Double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Order pizzapizza.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
George Springer has given the Blue Jays the lead once again.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Rogers Center in downtown Toronto. Alongside Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. The Blue Jays, just by the skin of their teeth, outlast the A's 8-7, the final score in Game 3 of this series. Let's take a look back at how it happened, Chris. 2 very different pitching plans. The A's had Gunnar Hoagland, the former Blue Jay first-rounder, going today. They needed innings out of him, given their bullpen situation. The Blue Jays were throwing their second bullpen game in 4 days, trying to get some rest and change the order maybe slightly of the rotation. It didn't go great for either early on, but the Blue Jays pitching really settled down in the middle, all thanks to Easton Lucas.
Yeah, I think you have to give a lot of credit to Easton Lucas. Obviously thrown into this ball game. He was in Buffalo as of a couple of days ago. In his last ball game in the big leagues, didn't pitch well, so I think a lot of guys coming into situations like this would try to do too much, try to prove that that's not who they are. But Easton Lucas looked like he settled down really early, gave up a couple of hits in that first inning, but his stuff was electric. We talked about it during the broadcast. He's a guy that should be in the big leagues. If he can learn to control the stuff, command the fastball, he's going to be a guy that can probably be in really any bullpen. I'm not going to say starting rotation, but he can be on a big league roster for the next 10 years.
Easton Lucas went 4 2/3, 4 hits, no runs, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. And while the Blue Jays opener Braden Fisher did not have his best day, Toronto was able to hold the game within reach, scoring 4 runs in the first inning to counter a 3-run first by the A's. Addison Barger hit his 3rd home run of the year. Then Bo Bichette homered in the second inning after the A's had retaken the lead to make it 5-5. It was in the middle innings where a lot of the bats went quiet. Easton Lucas pitched well. Hoagland settled down a fair bit, but one stood out from the rest. Today's player of the game, George Springer. Bottom of the 3rd, George Springer leading off. 5-5 game, and the pitch from Gunnar Hoagland is hit high, deep center field. Clark going back. He's in a jog. See you later. First pitch swinging, solo shot, George Springer, and the Blue Jays lead again. They're up 6-5 in the 3rd. Every time you take a breath in this game, someone hits the ball about 400 feet. Springer hit that one 430 out to center. George Springer swings at the first pitch, hits a deep one out to center, and Springer has done it again. Second homer of the game for Springer. First pitch swinging again. He hits a homer to dead center field, and the Blue Jays add to their advantage. It's 7-5 Toronto in the 5th.
Well, he's been so good over the course of his career at ambushing pitchers, and he did just that against Gunnar Hoagland. 2 first pitch home runs using the big part of the field. I mean, the Blue Jays are on some sort of run. Their power in May is just completely opposite than what it was in April. Everybody is swinging the bat well, at least against the Athletics. I think it's just a matter of changing the mindset, using the big part of the field, taking advantage of those mistakes that are over the middle of the plate. The Blue Jays are really, really on a roll. Also, can we give a save to a second baseman? Is that possible?
It's not. It is not possible, but Ernie Clement did make a big play in the 9th inning. The A's mounted a bit of a comeback, scoring 2 runs in the 9th inning. A 2-run shot by Brent Rooker off of Jeff Hoffman made it 8-7. Then Tyler Soderstrom doubled, so the tying run was on second, and a line drive got hit up the middle by Langolier. Soderstrom off on contact. You have to figure if that ball gets down, that run comes in to score, and the game is tied. But instead, Ernie Clement goes sprawling up the middle to make a diving catch and help the Blue Jays win the game 8-7, the final score. For the A's, 7 runs, 11 hits, no errors, 7 left on base. For the Blue Jays, 8 runs, 10 hits, no errors, only 1 left on base. Some homers and double plays took care of any runners that would have been left on. The win today goes to Easton Lucas. His record improves to 3-2 on the season. No matter when he's pitched, he's picked up a decision all 5 times he's been in the majors this year. The loss to Gunnar Hoagland, he is 1-3. And the save goes to Jeff Hoffman, his 13th of the season. A 2-hour, 36-minute affair in front of over 38,000. And the Blue Jays win to go to 30-28. The A's dropped their 16th in the last 17 games. They are 23-36. Blue Jays and A's wrap up the series tomorrow. 1:37 Eastern is the time of first pitch. J.P. Sears, the former big-time Yankee prospect, goes up against Kevin Gausman. We hope to see you there and appreciate you tuning in today. For our technical directors, Brandon Brown, Derek Brandeo, and Tom Young, our producer, Nick Blackmore, and our host, Joe Ali, along with my partner, Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Have a great rest of your day. We'll see you tomorrow for Sears v. Gausman. And stick around. Get your calls, get your texts in. A winning edition of Blue Jays Talk with Joe Ali and Julia Kreutz starts right now.
Well, Julia, it's a series win for the Blue Jays as they continue to hit well. They win the bullpen day start, an 8-7 victory for the Jays, now 2 games above 500. Their 4th straight win in a row. A little dicey with Hoffman at the end, and certainly we'll talk about him. We'll talk about the Jays losing Varsho to what looked like a bad hamstring strain at the very least. We'll get some more clarity on that post-game, I'm sure. But still, I mean, a win is a win is a win, no matter whether it's against, the Padres or the Rangers or here the Athletics. And the Jays will absolutely take it. 8-7, they win today.
First of all, are you mad at me?
Why?
Oh, because you usually start the show by saying, well, Jules, and today you said, well, Julia.
Oh, Julia, you're right.
It's one of those things, where it's like I was not expecting to hear my government name at this time, but you know what? This was a strange one, and so maybe that's I don't think any of our heads.
We haven't done it in a while, We haven't done Jays Talk in a while. I forgot that's how we usually start things.
No. That's obviously a joke. I know that everything is okay. Listen.
Is it though?
Yeah.
No, you're right. Continue.
We'll talk off air. But yeah, you're right. It's a win, and a win is a win. I totally agree with that. The good news is that the Blue Jays have now successfully separated the TBD days from the Bowden-Francis start days, which was the goal with this second bullpen day in 4 games. We all understand that was it, and we also expected mess. This was meant to be a messy game from the start. It kind of felt like that going in as you see Braden Fisher's name as the starter. So, yes, this pretty much fit what we were expecting. I don't think anyone expected things to get this chaotic in the way that they did show.
No, it was very back and forth. A lot of runs scored from the top of the first inning onwards, essentially. Gunnar Hoglund did not necessarily have it. Braden Fisher, easily the worst start, or the worst outing at the very least of his very young career. And again, it was only a handful of outings for him, period. But still, it was, to your point, very messy, very chaotic. It was pretty fun, all things considered, apart from some of the injury scares, certainly. Yeah. But again, a win is a win. You'll take it. 8-7, the Blue Jays win. A rare weekend win for the Blue Jays as well. So I looked it up. I was curious. The Blue Jays have played, including today, 20 games on a Saturday or a Sunday. That includes that Yankees doubleheader. But in 20 games played on a weekend, this was just their 6th win.
Wow,
on either a Saturday or Sunday. So not something we've actually experienced too many times.
Wow, that is shocking. I knew it was bad. I didn't know it was that bad, but yeah, maybe this is the start of turning a corner. Because listen, for all the talk about splits and weekdays versus weekends or close games, the offense and how are they performing, the bats have swung really well. They've continued to swing the bats really well throughout these 3 games here, Show. And even in a game like this one where they're immediately down 3-0, they came back and they kept coming back and kept adding on. So these are all good signs. And again, we've had this point made in the text line before. The A's are a team that you have to beat if you want to stay competitive. But it is encouraging. We'll see if it bleeds into the next series. We'll see if they can continue to swing the bats this way. Obviously, going for the sweep tomorrow and a season first 5 wins in a row. We will see. But there's a lot of questions to be answered even from today to tomorrow, right?
That is Julia Kreutz. I'm Show Ali. You're listening to Jays Talk, of course. We're live on the Sportsnet Radio Network. We're also streaming on sportsnet.ca and on the Sportsnet app. You can give us a call, 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. You can text us as well, 590-590, name and location. The People's Text line, always open. Standard messaging and data rates may apply. As it is a weekend win, before we get into the calls and texts and chat about this game more, Jules, something that has come rarely so far in the weekend wins, which meant we have not been able to do as many giveaways as I like to do the giveaways after wins, and we haven't done that many because we just haven't won a lot on the weekends. But let's do a giveaway today. So the prize up for grabs is the George Springer football jersey. That was the giveaway down at the Rogers Center here a couple weeks ago, I want to say.
Very fitting.
Yeah, so George Springer hitting 2 home runs today, who we'll get to. We'll ask the question after the break, but the way it works is you just have to listen for the question. You text us the answer to that question at 590-590. It's going to be a player's name, and you're going to text me that person's name, and again at 590-590. And if you get it right, you'll be entered into a draw to win. But it'll be as perhaps unsurprisingly a George Springer theme today.
Love it. Yeah, that sounds great. I'm glad that we get a few opportunities to do this, and it's interesting to sort of analyze just how impactful the Blue Jays can be in their wins and losses. And when they lose on the weekend, well, everybody loses because we can't do giveaways.
Exactly.
But this is an exciting one, and it's a cool giveaway too.
So stay tuned for the question. We'll do that after the break. But first, I did want to get to the phones. 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. Go to the text line as well in a sec. But let's go to the phones. Let's open today with Eddie in Fort Erie. Eddie, welcome to Jays Talk. What's up?
Not much, Joe and Julia. First of all, I got to say that was one of the craziest games I had ever seen. I mean, like from the beginning, I thought it was going to be a high-scoring game and everything, but thank God the Blue Jays shut down the A's. I mean, I know they're not playing good, but, 1 through 5, the A's can swing it, so it was a good win. Now,
sure.
I know the Varsho injury was very unfortunate, like the way, like how it happened, but you know what? I find it to be a blessing in disguise in the case for Addison Barger and Ernie Clement, because we know that they've been hitting the ball really good and playing good defense. And with Andres Jimenez coming back, you wonder, where's the playing time going to come from? Well, Barger can play the outfield, and he has that strong arm. You don't believe me? Ask Rowdy Tellez from the Mariners series when he threw him out not once but twice on the bases. So I think, you know what? And as tough as, it was unfortunate for happening to Varsho, but you know what? This might help Barger and Clement too. And you know what? Having Springer in the DH spot is really helping his offense a little bit, because, you wonder about how he was going to swing the bat and everything. It's been declining lately, but you know what? I know it's against the A's, but with Springer in the DH, he looks really good offensively. So as tough as it was, I think they're going to be okay.
Hey, Eddie, thanks for the call. Thanks for joining us here on Jays Talk. So, yeah, the Varsho injury and what the fallout from that is. So I guess, first of all, it's a good place to start, considering it was a pretty impactful
for sure.
Moment in the game. It did feel when we were here, I mean, what a wild swing of energy in the building, right? Because right before that, obviously, Springer had hit the home run, and then Varsho comes up. He takes a swing on the first or second pitch, and it kind of looked like he also hit a home run, first of all.
It did.
And then just goes off the top of the wall. He's burning for a triple. I think he would have easily gotten that triple had he not pulled the hamstring, but he clearly felt it. As soon as the foot hit the bag at second base, it looked like he felt whatever he felt in the leg, because he slowed down right after his foot hit the bag. He hobbled to third. Max Schumann, he basically ran into Max Schumann, who caught him.
Yeah. And
they both went down, essentially, right? Very gently, of course. We probably, I'm guessing, won't 100% know what the severity is today, because I'm going to guess he's going to go for imaging and have an MRI or something like that. Probably won't know what the severity is until later tonight.
Yeah.
It could be anything from a hamstring strain to a straight-up tear. We, again, don't know. Strains aren't season enders, certainly, but for a guy who just spent a ton of time on the IL before the season and then, a month in, returns to the major leagues, comes in a very short period of time, leads the league in home runs, that's an unfortunate blow.
It is, and it looked bad, right, Joe? It looked like something that you can't just take a couple of days off.
Yeah, you gotta
hope we don't know.
It's much better than it looked.
Yes. We don't know. We won't know anything for certain. The Blue Jays are calling it left hamstring discomfort, which, we could all see that he was in clear discomfort right there. So we'll wait for more information, but it didn't look good. And it's a tough blow, especially because, this is a guy who, missed a good chunk of the season already, recovering from shoulder surgery. He's been doing everything right. He did everything right with his rehab. He came in, he started on time. Such a spark plug legitimately for this offense when they needed it so badly. When Dalton Varsho came back, this offense was in a completely different spot than it is today. And obviously he is not the sole responsible for that, but this is very much a guy who came in and reinvigorated the offense. So tough blow. I can understand, trying to spin this forward and look at, okay, then maybe you can move Addison Barger back to the outfield once Andres Jimenez returns, and that allows him to keep swinging the bat the way that he is and keep developing. Ernie Clement as well had a couple more hits today. Good, very good play defensively there at second base to end the game on that liner. It's still a tough blow, and no matter how much you try to turn this into a positive, if Dalton Varsho is to miss an extended period of time, that's going to be difficult for the Blue Jays.
And injuries are different for every human being, much less every athlete, as we know. But, I mean, if you do look at other players who dealt with hamstring injuries just this season in Major League Baseball, I mean, Corey Seager, we just saw him return against the Jays from his own hamstring strain. He had missed 11 days. Brandon Marsh, I believe, was out for 17 days. I don't think Jordan Westberg has returned yet from his hamstring strain. He's been out since the last week of April, so he's been out for essentially a full month. So it varies so wildly that until you know what he's dealing with, and then even then, once you do know what he's dealing with, I mean, if it is simply a strain, you just have no idea how different people react to these kinds of things. So we'll have to see. I mean, I think to Eddie's point about how you replace Varsho, I think it's an interesting idea that Barger could be a part of that solution, because in theory you could just put Barger in right, and then center and left could be some kind of mix of certainly Lucas and Straw, and that's kind of what it was when Barger first got called up. That's kind of what it was when Dalton Varsho was still on the IL. So you could go back to that. That honestly looked pretty good, all things considered, at least defensively, with Lucas and Straw. Rodin was in there, and he had some good defensive plays, although the offense fell off. He hasn't played since getting called back up for Santander, but you're missing Santander as well. I got to imagine George Springer will be at least a part of the solution as well, because he is playing in right. To Eddie's point, I kind of agree that he's looked better as a DH, because so far this season there have been a couple moments where I think, just with your own eyeballs, it seems like his route running has declined just a little bit, but enough to make a little bit of a difference to how what the outfield looks like. And when even just last year you felt pretty comfortable with Springer and right defensively. But it also begs the question, I mean, if Rodin is already up here for Santander, just putting Barger aside for a second, I mean, I imagine you have to call someone else up. If Varsho's going to go on the IL, I mean, there are not a lot of options, right? I mean, Joey Loperfido, I suppose, is an option.
Even Davis Schneider.
Davis Schneider is the other guy, right? I mean, Riley Terada at some point is probably going to be an option. I know he's not a full-time outfielder, but I mean, those are the options essentially. Maybe Ross Atkins can corner the A's GM in the clubhouse somewhere and get him to swing a trade for Denzel Clark. I don't know, but probably less likely, right? But I just those are the options essentially at this point.
Yeah. The Blue Jays have the guys that they have for sure, and it's funny how quickly a conversation can change. We've been talking a lot about how outfield heavy this team is, but as you look at the defensive numbers for George Springer and the fact that Dalton Varsho just went down, and we really don't know, and if he is to miss an extended period of time here, if he needs an IL stint, then things are going to look a lot different for this outfield. That's baseball, and this was a messy game start to finish. Definitely the worst development of this game, and you could probably argue that Jeff Hoffman's performance continues to be a bad development for the Jays this month as a whole. He has an ERA of 13 this month's show, which is, so far from what we saw from him in April. So, yeah, come away of this with a one-run win. That's great. You take the series. That's great. You turn the page to tomorrow, and you have Kevin Gausman on the mound. Fantastic. You're in a very, very good position to sweep this series. And the offense is still rolling, which is tremendously good news for this team.
But real quick, I know this is Jays talk and not Ace talk, but Denzel Clark, real quick. I mean, the guy had said, I think Blake had posted this on social, but from a couple days ago, when the A's arrived in town on Thursday. But I think his availability he did with all media in the visiting dugout on Thursday, and I think he was asked by someone what his standout memory was, and I think one of the memories he listed was the Aaron Hill home run, which went right into the seats, just under the level of excellence where Carlos Delgado's name is out there. So pretty fitting that his first career home run comes in Toronto, basically in the same spot. That was an absolute bomb.
Yeah.
I mean, I just think that is so cool. That's just really cool.
It's really cool, and listen, he came into the first game of this series. The game was already way out of reach for the A's. He had 2 bad at-bats. He struck out a couple of times. And what I said on Jays Talk Plus was, okay, well, you hope that he sees that as just got that out of the way, right? Okay, that was not what he was hoping for, but it's done, and now he can sort of treat this series, this ballpark, as just another series and just another ballpark. And we saw yesterday, definitely on the defensive side, just how impactful a player that he can be. And today, it's just another step forward, I guess, in the interest of making new memories around here. It's cool that he gets to actually build these, memorable moments for himself, given the way that the series started for him.
By the way, another quick update on Dalton Varsho. Left hamstring discomfort. Currently getting an MRI. They'll know more either tonight or tomorrow. So there you go. That's the latest on Dalton Varsho. It's directly from John Schneider. 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. Let's go back to the phones. Let's go to Bob in Nova Scotia. Bob, welcome to Jays Talk. What's on your mind?
Hi, I just want to talk about Jeff Hoffman's struggles as a closer. My thoughts are you give him a bit of a reprieve here. Give him a little bit of a break. Let Y-Rod close for a bit, kind of like what they did in San Francisco. I know Camilo Doval was the closer out there. He lost his closer job for a little bit. I noticed he got it back. So just like a little break. That's my thoughts. What do you think?
Hey, Bob, thanks for the call. It's a great question. I think it's a great comparison to use another team because I remember Camilo Doval. I think not only did he lose his closer spot, I think last year, I think he got optioned. I think he got sent down to the minors at one point, and he was one of the more reliable closers in all of baseball. And then, like you see last night or the night before, he's like pitching for the first time in a safe situation in front of his mom in a major league game, which is pretty incredible. So, yeah, I mean, I think he could probably do Hoffman a little bit of good just to, and I don't think you necessarily need to remove him from the closer role every single time, but I do wonder if you do ride the hot hand a little bit, right? Yeah. And again, Yariel Rodriguez, to Bob's point, I mean, gosh, I think he really has found his role as a high leverage reliever. It is funny. I mean, I said to Chris when we were sitting here in the booth where when the lights went down and Hoffman came in, I kind of said to him, I wouldn't have minded seeing Yariel just stay out in this game. I mean, 3 runs, I understand, still safe situation. You still go out there and you bring in your closer. But, I mean, in the month of May, because May is now over, right? So in the full month of May, Yariel Rodriguez, including today's 1 1/3, no hits or walks, 2 strikeouts. He has 17 innings, 6 hits, 1 earned run, 1 run total, 3 total walks to 18 strikeouts. That is incredible stuff from Yariel Rodriguez.
That is incredible stuff. I forget if he pitched yesterday or in the first game of the series show, but it was a situation where the Blue Jays had a pretty comfortable lead. And I thought to myself, I wonder how he will fare here because this hasn't been his strong suit. He is a guy who pitches better in higher leverage situations. And I forget if it was a walk or a single, but he immediately put a man on base. And I'm like, okay, now he's going to do it. Now he's going to lock in and get the job done. And it was precisely what happened. He just needs that extra bit of adrenaline, it seems like, to succeed. That is what he did in Japan. He's doing it again here. And he is an option to close games for this team. He should be an option to close games for this team right now. I agree with you in that it may be too drastic to say Jeff Hoffman is no longer the closer or should no longer be the closer for this team. But he needs a little bit of a break. And, even we don't have to go back as far as last season. Even obviously Ryan Presley is a guy who's done it for a long time, and we're seeing right now maybe a decline in his stuff because he's aging. These things happen, but he lost the closer role with the Cubs, and now he is working his way back to the quote unquote circle of trust and to a job that's been his pretty much for forever, right? When he was with the Astros, certainly. So these things happen. Relievers go through these periods. It's just that. The Blue Jays are in a tight race here to make the postseason, and so you can't really wait for a guy like Jeff Hoffman to figure it out with the game on the line. So it is time to at least start looking at other options, I would say.
I think too with Y-Rod, I mean, to your point about him, feeling a little livelier with runners on. Essentially, I mean, he comes on. in a pretty high leverage spot as it was, like for the first out of his 1 1/3.
Yeah.
And it was Shea Langoliers 2 on and 2 outs in what was a 3-run game at the time. And Langoliers, I mean, is easily one of, I mean, and Eddie pointed this out, but for all of their scuffling in terms of wins and losses, the A's, at least their top 4 or 5 batters, can hit. Like, those guys can slug, right?
Lineup. It's a good A's lineup.
It's the pitching that's been the problem for the A's all season. It has not necessarily been the run scoring. So arguably one of their best power hitters next to Brent Rooker up at the plate in Langoliers, and Wyrod comes in, like, essentially makes short work of him, essentially. So well done by Wyrod. And I mean, Brendan Little had struggled to a certain extent in that outing as well. So a little bit of a downward trend for him in the last maybe like couple of weeks, I would say. I still have trust in Little, but right now, if you're looking at that circle of trust, the rankings, I mean, if you have Yariel Rodriguez higher on your circle of trust rankings list than Jeff Hoffman, I wouldn't necessarily blame you. And I think, too, I mean, with Hoffman, even when Jimmy Garcia was healthy, right, they would still give Jimmy, like, the odd closing opportunity. So I kind of wondered if, while Jimmy Garcia continues to be on the IL, if that's what transpires right now. It's like a mix of Hoffman, Wyrod, instead of only Hoffman and everyone else, essentially.
Yeah. We'll see. I firmly believe that because with Hoffman right now, there seems to be a bit of a struggle with commanding his pitches and throwing good strikes. There have been past outings in which he walked the leadoff batter, for example, and so maybe he is struggling with commanding those pitches in the zone. Today, that home run pitch was a fastball down the middle. You want Jeff Hoffman to throw his fastball for strikes, for sure. It's a good fastball, and he should keep it in the zone, but not like that, and not with a runner already on base, because he walked a guy before that. So you're seeing those struggles with control, with command of his pitches. That is what's concerning, and that is what warrants, I guess, a reset of some sort. And Yariel Rodriguez has transformed himself. He tweaked his repertoire a little bit. You don't see him going to the curveball as much, let's say, but the slider is working extremely well. The fastball is, the hardest we've seen from him throughout his time with the Blue Jays, and the splitter's working as well. So you look at the edge that he just seems to have, and that's part of his personality, and the fact that he is commanding all of his pitches, and he is making quick work of guys, as you said, of power hitters. That is a recipe for success. How will he fare in the closer role? I don't know. It's certainly a different role, a different task, and you don't really know how a guy is going to do it until he gets a chance to do it. Maybe now's the time to give him that chance.
416-870-0590, 1-888-660-590, star 590 on your cell. Let's go back to the phones. Let's go to Edmonton. Brendan in Edmonton joining us here on Jay's Talk. Brendan, what's up? What's on your mind?
Hey, show, Julia. I just wanted to get a little bit in on the Dalton Varsho conversation.
Sure.
And I think the outfield depth on this team is a lot better than we've had in years past. And maybe an injury like this and the one to Santander would have really put us behind the 8 ball. But, like, a couple of guys that you didn't mention there, I mean, obviously Jonathan Clase, who is up with the team right now, is an option for center field. And other outfield guys, Will Robertson, for me, at AAA, has really been putting on quite a show down there. Looks like a guy who might be able to get added to that onto the 40-man and get up here at some point. I think that there's more guys available. Lo Perfido as well in the month of May. I think he's had over like a 300 average with an over 400 on base in the month of May down there. So there's more guys than we give this organization credit for, at least at the upper ends of the minor leagues, that can have an impact on the major league team in case of injuries. So not a perfect job by Ross Atkins in the offseason, but I just don't think it's as dire as it could have been in years past, where an injury to Dalton Varsho, we would have seen nobody out there. And personally, I've liked what Miles Straw has done for this team. He puts up tough at-bats. He's not a really big swing and miss guy, so he's going to put the ball in play a lot, and good things happen when you put the ball in play. So I don't know. I've got optimism for this injury going forward that, maybe we can see some of these other guys, give Alan Roden another chance, see what he can do, maybe a longer leash for Jonathan Clase, see what he can do, because I thought he's looked really good as well. Since the San Diego series, he's had a couple of really big hits in that one and a couple of good at-bats in this series as well.
Hey, Brendan, thanks for the call. Great call from you. Appreciate you joining us here on Jays Talk. Yeah, I think it's valid to say that there are at least a number of options. And I know I'm not, I admit I wasn't super bullish on them before. I didn't think of Will Robertson, I admit. So that is definitely at least I still think if you're looking at the list of possibilities, he's a little lower down on the list than like Schneider and Loperfido. I think Loperfido for me is at the very top of the list, probably.
Sure. Yeah.
Just because he's had the experience. He was a guy they went out and got very intentionally, right, when he was acquired last year at the deadline. So, yeah, I think Loperfido probably would be that guy. I mean, Matt from Halifax on the text line, with Varsho likely being down for a while, you think Wagner is the call-up or Joey L? There was another one here from where was the other one, actually? Okay, well, I can't find the other one. Oh, here it is. It was from Justin and Perry Sound. Leave Barger at third. Moving him to the outfield because Varsho is hurt makes no sense. So, people approaching it from, different ends of what it means for the roster. But I admit I'm kind of with Justin. I know Eddie earlier mentioned playing Barger in the outfield is definitely a possibility. I'm not saying it's not by any means. It's just I've been so impressed by Barger at third base. I think I would prefer leaving him there. And we talked about this in the pregame show, but when Jimenez returns, probably in the not-too-distant future, if you have to choose from two of Jimenez, Clement, and Barger to man second and third, depending on who's on the mound that day for the opposing team, I think I'd rather have that problem and then try and solve the outfield another way. And then if you really had to get all three of Barger, Clement, and Jimenez into a game, then you could use one of the outfield spots,
for sure.
essentially for Barger, effectively.
Yeah, that sounds okay too. I mean, and the Blue Jays have other options for sure. Will Robertson is a guy that we spoke to Davis Schneider on Jays Talk Plus, and Schneider actually highlighted him as one of the guys that's been impressive since he went down. So certainly a possibility. I wouldn't mind seeing Joey Loperfido back here just because, he did get an extended look last year. This is different. This is definitely a postseason chase. It's got a little bit of a different feel to it, and so why not let him show what he can do? And Jonathan Clase, he keeps
It's a good
doing
point.
things.
It's a good shout by Brendan.
He keeps doing certain things that are putting him in good positions, I guess. I don't love his play in the outfield. There's a lot of questionable routes to the ball. There's some plays that aren't, show a little bit of the greenness, maybe, the youth, if you will, but you can only get better by doing it. And so if he keeps swinging the bat well, then why not give him an extended look? I was shocked to see that he didn't play at all in Arlington, honestly, with the way that things were going for him. So, yeah, another option. Will Wagner wouldn't really be an option right now. He's still on the injured list in AAA, so I don't think we're going to see him relatively soon. But yeah, this is definitely not as dire as it would have been in different times for the Jays.
I do think when you talk about outfield defense, because that defense, run prevention, all things we've heard a million times from this ball club. I mean, they obviously love having those abilities be higher end ones for their outfielders. And when Varsho is not in there, obviously that just no matter who is in there, that takes a bit of a dip. But I think you're going to see a lot more Miles Straw just because he's been playing well, and he's also probably the next best defensive outfielder after Dalton Varsho, even with everyone on the roster already. So you're going to see more of him certainly. I think you're going to see more Alan Roden certainly as well, who's already up here, just hasn't played since Santander went on the IL. And if you're talking about outfield defense, Jules, I think between Roden and Clase, I think I have more faith based again in the smallest of sample sizes, basically only this season. But I think I have a little bit more faith in Alan Roden defensively than I do in Jonathan Clase, at least so far. That could change because again they've played so few games. But in what we've seen, it feels like I've seen better routes to the ball from Roden than maybe Clase early on at least. Yeah,
and we'll see. Right? It's very much you're right in saying that it's been a small sample. We can't really make much of it. It's tough, but with Clase being a switch hitter, that opens some doors for him. Roden obviously just a left-handed hitter. We'll see how things go moving forward, and even as early as tomorrow show, I don't expect to see Roden making a start tomorrow, but it's still very much up in the air what's going to happen from here on out.
416-870-0590, 1-888-660-0590, star 590 on your cell. Let's go back to the phones. Let's go to Morgan in Halifax here on J-Stock. Morgan, what's on your mind? Welcome to J-Stock.
How's it going, guys?
Good, man. What do you want to talk about today?
Yeah, so I called in not too long ago to talk about the top of the order and their inconsistency and all that. But one thing I want to talk about is maybe the consistency we're getting out of the bottom of the order and how that could be a bright spot here going forward. You got a guy like Clase, you guys talk about him. Outfield work can be questionable, but he looks really good at the plate, and it's definitely been a bright spot. Ernie Clement, what did he have? 9 hits this weekend. I mean, that's a pretty good weekend out of him. I think that the bottom of the order could be something to talk about over here over the next little while, and could maybe bail out some of the inconsistency we get out of the top of the line, at the top of the lineup. What do you guys think?
Yeah, hey, Morgan, appreciate the call. Thanks for joining us on J-Stock. Yeah, I think it's funny to think that last year so much of the discussion, Jules, about the bottom of the order was like negative, essentially, right? And for a good chunk, I'm not saying for the whole year, certainly, but a good chunk of the year, I feel like we haven't spoken about the bottom of the order being a glaring weakness because, I've said this a million times, like you're not going to be winning and losing games based on how, like Clase and Lucas and Ali Sanchez are hitting, right? Tyler Heineman is hitting. Like you're going to be winning and losing games based on how George Springer and Vladdy and Bo and Varsho and Santander are hitting, right? So those guys have been the players we've talked about more, obviously deservedly so because they're making tons of money. But to Morgan's point, I mean, the bottom of the order has largely played quite well for the most part, I think, all season. Yeah. And again, like it that encompasses a lot of other names as well. I mean, to Morgan's point, we just talked about Jonathan Clase, Lucas, I think. I mean, I'm a big Nathan Lucas booster, and he has been playing pretty well, I would say, more or less all season. Miles Straw, we talked about. He has been playing well in that conversation. Ernie Clement, who I think technically you count in the bottom of the order, but he's been playing so well. Yeah. And he's been playing well in such big spots. I feel like he's in that like in-between conversation in terms of where he lines up. But again, in terms of strictly role, he is probably considered in the bottom of the order conversation, and he's been very, very good. Then you add in what he did just in the last 3 games. He's been excellent and deserving of far more conversation. And then, Michael Stefanik has been a little up and down. Certainly, you want to see more from Alan Roden, who hasn't played since getting called back up. But I'm kind of with Morgan in the sense that you can see a way where these guys aren't the weaknesses, and not only are not weaknesses, but they're actually strengths to certain degrees. Again, like expectations being what they are, you have such high expectations at the top of the order. When they don't meet those expectations, you get, I think, rightly a little annoyed, and you have a lot lower expectations for the bottom half of the order, and then when they exceed, so it's a lot easier for them to exceed expectations, I would say, right? So that's I think that's part of the context of where we are when we talk about top versus bottom. But again, those guys have been pretty good so far.
Yeah, in that sense, yes, it is a perk of being down the lineup. And yeah, the moments of this season in which the bottom of the lineup was not clicking were moments in which the top of the lining wasn't doing much either. Yeah. And so the conversation is not there. And you're right. They're not going to be held responsible for many of the games that the Blue Jays lose. It's easier to look at the bottom of the lineup and their contributions when the Blue Jays pull off a win like this, because it's evident that Ernie Clement, with 2 hits and a run scored, was impactful. It is evident that Nathan Lucas adding 1 hit, 2 RBIs was impactful. This is just kind of, the way that baseball goes in that way. And you need contributions 1 through 9 if you're going to make it to the postseason. That's just how it is. And no one is expecting Nathan Lucas to hit a home run every time. No one's expecting Ernie Clement to hit 2 home runs in the same inning at all, even though he really, really wanted to do that in the first game of this series. But it has been a strength for this team. And you kind of look at it from a different perspective. But yeah, the Blue Jays are going to win games as long as George Springer keeps hitting the way that he is, as long as Bo Bichette keeps hitting the way that he is. And what a run for Bo Bichette has this been. It's been unbelievable to see. So that's kind of where we are. The lineup certainly seems to be in a good spot. There are certain things that we're going to have to, take a look at. Dalton Varsho being the biggest one right now, but this is a lineup that finally looks like it's firing on all cylinders, which is obviously something that players, coaching staff, manager, everyone had been saying all along that it would come. It was hard at times, to keep patience alive as the struggles continued, but we are seeing the product of what they were talking about, and that has to be encouraging regardless of where you're hitting and regardless of injuries right now for the Jays.
I will say, and I'm not saying this to be the wet blanket, but I think it is one thing to be, and I mean, you're not going to complain about the results, certainly. I mean, they scored 8 runs today after scoring 23 runs in the last 2 games against the A's. You'll take it 1,000%. But at the same time, in the next couple of weeks, you're going to go on to play, you have the day off on Monday, to wrap up the series against the A's tomorrow. Day off on Monday. You have 3 games at the Rogers Center against one of the best teams in baseball in the Phillies. You have 3 games on the road, I think at Target Field, against the Twins, and the Twins are currently occupying a wild card spot and have a better record than the Blue Jays. And then you're going to go on the road to play the Cardinals in St. Louis, who have also been playing a lot better as of late. So, and then I think you play the Phillies again. So I think I'm not saying that you can't take anything from this game, but I do believe that you want to see them have. Again, they don't have to have 31 runs in 3 games against the Phillies necessarily, but you do want to see them have good at-bats and to watch the process turn into results, even if the guys you're facing are like Zach Wheeler, for example, or whoever else they might face on this against the Phillies or on the coming road trip.
I will say it's possible that they would score a ton of runs against the Phillies the way that things are going right now. The Phillies are down 17-2 in the bottom of the 8th inning against the Brewers, and this will be, barring a miracle, their 3rd loss in a row. 6-2 against the Brewers yesterday. 9-3 they lost to the Braves in the second game of a doubleheader, albeit they did take the first one in that doubleheader on Thursday. So, this is still a very, very good team. This is still a team that is vying for the World Series. But maybe the Blue Jays are going to luck out a little bit here, too, in that the Phillies are not close to playing their best baseball of the season right this moment. We all know that one game can change that, and we've seen the Blue Jays be on the wrong side of those get-right games, but yeah, something to look at and look forward to, because this is not the same Phillies team apparently that was winning all those games in a row and making a run as the best team in baseball, really.
That's a good place to take a break, Jules, because on the other side, let's continue taking a look at the out-of-town scoreboard and take a look at the Bet365 standings update. Take some more calls, take some more texts as well, and we got to give away the George Springer jersey. Talk a little bit about George Springer's 2 bombs today. Bo Bichette with a home run as well. Got to talk about those guys, certainly. Talked about the bottom of the order. Got to give the top of the order their due when they do come through. So, still lots to get to on the other side. You're listening to Blue Jays Talk. That's Julia. I'm Sho. We're back in a flash on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Of all the things that TimberMart can lend a hand to build, community ranks among the most important. And with the TimberMart Local Leaders Initiative, we strive to recognize those dedicated to making their hometowns a better place to live, work, and play. From now to June 25th, you can vote to select our grand prize winner. They'll receive a $10,000 grant to support their outstanding initiative as TimberMart's Local Leader of the Year. To vote, visit local-leaders.com. TimberMart, Canada's building center.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Wednesday on Sportsnet, Hockey Central kicks off the Stanley Cup Final. Then, Edmonton has waited a year for the chance to avenge last year's final with Florida.
The Oilers are headed for a rematch with the Florida Panthers in the Stanley Cup Final.
The league's best fight it out for the right to bring Stanley home.
But the biggest step is still ahead.
Is this the year for Edmonton to hoist the cup?
That's playoff hockey
the Stanley Cup Final. Watch on Sportsnet. Stream on Sportsnet Plus.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge Double XL free topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch 3-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh Double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Order pizzapizza.ca. Which loony dogger are you? Do you approach Tuesdays with swagger and style? You could be a Rizzy Glizzy. Maybe you're an architect stacking your loony dogs up high. Do you walk into the ballpark with the confidence of an MVD? Then you're the most valuable dogger. This season at Rogers Center, every Tuesday home game is Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. No matter which loony dogger you are, you'll have the opportunity to purchase $1 hot dogs from various concession stands around the ballpark. Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. Every Tuesday home game. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ home hardware and building center locations where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Archer into second with a first inning 2-run double. It's 2-0 Toronto.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Oakland sets near his chest with his elbows pointed out to either side. 2-0 is drilled out to left field and deep. Turning around Andujar. It's out of here, and we're tied. It's a bad day to be a pitcher. 5-5 game with 1 out in the bottom of the second, thanks to Bichette's 7th of the year.
That is Ben Schulman with the call of Bichette's 7th home run, his 100th career home run, the most ever by a Blue Jays shortstop. As we welcome you back here to Blue Jays Talk, Joe and Julia here with you for another 15 minutes or so. You can give us a call, 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. You can text us as well, 590-590, name and location, standard data and messaging rates may apply. All right, Jules, before we talk a little bit more about Bo, before we give out the George Springer jersey and chat about Springer as well, got to get to the Bet365 standings update. Download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds and find out why it is never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. Well, I believe only, let me just double check here. Yeah, the Red Sox game is over. Our game is over. Of course, an 8-7 win for the Blue Jays over the Athletics. The Yankees are playing a little bit later tonight. They get going in about 45 minutes, and they're playing the Dodgers. And Will Warren going in for the Yankees in that game, so we'll see what the World Series rematch looks like. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. Landon Knack will start for the Dodgers in that one. Watch it on Sportsnet, of course. Top of the 9th inning, the Rays are leading the Astros 14-3. I mean, good Lord. I think we can chalk that one up to as a win for Tampa Bay, probably. Top of the 9th inning. And I'm not sure if this just started or if this game just ended, but the Baltimore Orioles were leading the White Sox 4-2. So with all that in mind, the Yankees are 35-21 prior to their game. The Blue Jays are 30-28. They're 2 games above 500. They're 6 games back of the Yankees. The Rays are 29-28, although I think we can say they'll be 30-28 as well in a matter of moments. The Red Sox, after their loss, are 28-32, and the Orioles are 20-36 if they hang on to win against the White Sox. And again, they're leading 4-2. They will get their 21st win of the season. So there you go. That's a quick check of the Bet365 standings update. But you heard the Bo Bichette home run there, Jules. I mean, Bo, one of the things I've been saying about him is, he had been by no means having a bad season up until this point, but Bo had been, you wanted to see more power from him. You wanted to see him hit more hard-hit doubles. I wasn't even asking for home runs because, again, I think his highest home run total ever in a season is 29. So it's not as though he is some massive home run hitter necessarily, but I think you had gotten used to seeing him, again, pre-injury last year, hit the doubles into the gap and make those kinds of plays. And I think we hadn't seen a lot of that, but it does look like in the last, and again, the whole offense came around in the month of May, but it does look like that is, for him in particular, starting to come a little more frequently, which is definitely a good thing.
Yeah, all 7 of his homers came in May, and so you obviously hope that that carries over to the next month. But this is looking like Bo Bichette, right? It is. You're right. The homers are going to come just by nature of how hard he hits the ball, but it's not actually his game. His game is going down the third baseline or the first baseline and legging out a double and things like that. That is where he is at his best, and he's going to run into a few homers. But yeah, listen, maybe it did take a bit for Bo Bichette to come back. Last season was so weird for him, and it really, it was just about staying healthy. He couldn't do that, but came back in spring training. He was looking good in spring training. It still took him a bit to get into a rhythm. And then when he did, then he is looking like himself again. And that is not just someone who can put the bat on the ball no matter where that ball lands, in or out of the strike zone, but also someone who can come up clutch for your team more often than he fails to do that. So he did that in Arlington. He did that again today. That was a shot to tie the game at that point. And we've seen so often this season show pitchers sort of attack Bo Bichette with those pitches in on the hands. That's kind of been the MO a little bit, and it worked early on in the season, but now Bo knows that this is what's coming. He knows that this is what pitchers are trying to do against him, and he has multiple ways that he can go about it. He can unload like he did today. He can hold off and just slap a single the other day like he did yesterday. And he is a smart guy as well as being, a talented hitter. So yes, this worked in the past. Absolutely, it worked in the beginning of the season, but he knows now that book is out. You can't just attack him in that way, in on the hands, and expect good results anymore because he's prepared. And that's what's showing a little bit here as well. So, it's back to the drawing board for pitchers and pitching staffs and people of that sort. Good news for the Blue Jays. And you do hope that he stays this hot going into June.
There's a text here on the text line from Brian in Oshawa. Will the Jays sign Bo Bichette to a long-term deal? So, I was doing the pregame show the other day with, I was doing it by myself prior to one of the Rangers games, and we had some guests each of those couple of days. The day game was the last one, so we had first couple of days of the series. I had guests with me, and the first guest I had on the first game was our Sportsnet's very own Ben Nicholson-Smith, and BNS stopped by, and I asked him that exact question. And, BNS, I think, is a fan of having like the numbers conversation, like what do deals look like? Will players test free agency? I mean, heavens knows we've had that conversation about Vladdy a billion times. Now we don't have to have that anymore, at least for 14 more years. But I do think with Bo, it's a more fascinating one because largely I think even if he does re-sign in Toronto eventually, largely I believe shortstops just tend to test the market, right? Shortstops are a pretty valuable position. Now, again, long-term, is Bo a shortstop? It's a valid question to ask. I mean, I'm sure he thinks so because I would imagine shortstops, just generally speaking, make more money than third baseman or second baseman, right? Yeah. But it's something I asked to Ben, and BNS basically said, and it was a good point raised by him that if Bo is open in free agency to telling teams, hey, down the road, I could play second base for you, I could play third base for you. That'll probably open the market to teams that are willing to spend top dollar. And again, I mean, I tend to believe that at his age, he will get the Trey Turner, Corey Seager deal. I proposed that to Ben as well, and Ben said, you know what? He has a long way to go to get to like that $28 to $30 million AAV deal.
Yep.
If he ends where he's at now without hitting for a ton of power but just getting on a lot, he might be looking at something closer to what Dansby Swanson got or Willie Adames just got last year from the Giants. Now, again, those two guys were like a little older.
Yep.
When they signed their contracts, but that's probably what you're looking at, which I think is fair to assume. But again, I mean, like there's well over 100 games left to be played. That could turn in a real hurry if you're Bo Bichette or if you're any other team looking at him. Because again, in a free agent market, and again, apart from Kyle Tucker, I admit I haven't looked at it too closely, but now that Vladdy's off the market, I got to think Bo is probably one of like the sexiest free agents available in the coming off season from a position player standpoint, because I think a lot of the big names next year are mostly pitchers.
Yeah, and listen, talking to people around the industry outside the Toronto market, I think the unfortunate and frustrating consensus is that we don't know.
Sure.
We don't know even how to evaluate Bo because he missed so much time last year with the injury, because it took him a little bit to get going here, and we've all seen the best version of Bo Bichette, the version of Bo Bichette that leads the league in hits and all of that. Is he still that guy? Well, he looks like that guy right now. So if he keeps this up, then obviously the valuation is going to go way up. But right now, it has been up and down, and we don't have any sort of consistency on the numbers from last season to put together an analysis. And so tough one to predict, but I do expect him to at least test the market, right? Especially if he's hitting as well as he is. And if this continues, Bo is he's a more closed off guy than Vladdy, certainly, and so we're not getting as many details as to, are there conversations ongoing? Last we heard from him, there were not extension talks happening with the Blue Jays. Obviously, now that Vladdy is signed, maybe that will change or has already changed. We don't know, and Bo is probably not going to talk about this openly, especially in season. I expect him to test the market, and then it's really anyone's guess show, which is frustrating, I know, but it's kind of where we are.
I appreciate this text from Simon in St. John's, because I certainly wasn't looking at this since we were on the air, but he says, hey, Show and Julia, Davis Schneider just taken out of the Buffalo Bisons game. So there you go. Yep. He's probably back tomorrow then. I just looked it up while you were talking about that. I just quickly looked it up. Schneider took a walk in the, the bottom of the first inning, and was promptly pinch run for. So there you go. You're not getting pinch run for in the first inning unless something's happened, right? And if you take a walk, I'm guessing he did not get injured. So
yeah, it's either very good news or very bad news for him. 100%.
And if he walks, I'm guessing it's something related to not wanting him to get injured going forward. So there you go. I think that at least answers the question. Probably in the short term, at the very least. That doesn't necessarily mean Davis Schneider is going to be up here permanently, I would imagine, but I think based on how long they took to send Schneider down in the first place, I got to think if he does in fact come back tomorrow, then they clearly believe in this guy and want him to get another chance.
Yeah, and he's been hitting well. It was a bit of a struggle for him as soon as he went back down, but he's picked it up. He's looking like himself again, and the Blue Jays need another righty bat that can, crush some homers. And maybe the way that the offense is going right now will also be a good boost for a guy like Davis Schneider when he comes back up here, to just feel more free and to feel like there is no real weight on his back or on his shoulders, right? He's just here. And he's supposed to do what he is good at. When we spoke to him on Jays Talk Plus, that was sort of the mentality, right? He knows who he is as a hitter. And if he sticks to that, then the hits will come and the power will come. It's just finding that, looking and waiting for the pitch that he can actually handle instead of expanding the zone, instead of going, chasing sliders or whatever it may be. That's not his game. So as long as Davis Schneider stays true to who he is, to his essence as a hitter, he should be fine. It's just easier said than done, and sometimes guys do need that reset, get sent down, sort of work on your game, no pressure at all. Well, he's in a much better place now. Let's give him another chance.
So let's say we are correct, and Simon and St. John appreciate the shout, but let's say Simon is correct as well that he is back tomorrow. How does that impact how you deploy the roster?
Right.
Would you put... Because you could easily you could just keep everything in the infield the way it is now, leave Barger at third, leave Clement at second, just put Schneider in left, and you could put George back in right field if that's what you want.
Sure.
Or you could put Springer back. You could put Springer in left, I suppose, if you really wanted to. You could Barger in right, but Clement at third. Schneider could play second. You could actually, because Schneider is one of the few players that can actually play both the infield and outfield, and Barger is one of those guys as well that are on this roster right now. And again, we're assuming, of course, that Schneider is going to be back on the Major League roster tomorrow. Possible that he's not, I suppose. But again, that's the assumption. You can actually, I think, go about it a number of different ways. Now, again, I think it will probably come down to, like, what do their splits look like against J.P. Sears? Have they ever faced them before? Or, depending on left or right splits and so on. I think that's certainly going to play a factor because it always does. But, well, what do you think? If that is, in fact, the move with Davis Schneider?
Listen, I will also say this. Davis Schneider has been playing some third base down there.
Has he? Okay.
Which is different for sure. It's something that he's done before. But, and listen, the bat will always guide sort of how much playing time someone like that is getting, but he's opening up some possibilities for himself as well, right? If the Blue Jays are pretty committed to keeping Addison Barger at third, which it seems like they are, then I expect Davis Schneider to see some time in the outfield if and when he comes back, which again, we don't know.
Exactly.
But it's looking like this might be the case. The Blue Jays might need some help here, especially after Dalton Varsho went down. So we'll see. Nothing is set in stone. We are not saying that Davis Schneider is getting called up. Please don't understand it like that. But given the circumstances, there is a real possibility. And I would expect us to see him more in the outfield than the infield.
Yeah, depending on when you're listening to this. I mean, if you're listening to it live, what are you going to do? But if you're listening to it on the podcast later on, there's a real chance these last 5 minutes have been real out of date, or they're going to look real good in about 24 hours. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens tomorrow. I did want to get to the George Springer giveaway, of course, Jules, and talk about Springer a little bit, because we got a couple minutes left.
For sure.
And again, we haven't gotten to do many of these giveaways this year, but when we do them, essentially the way it works is I'm going to ask you a question right now to the listeners. You or Jules are not eligible to win. Tom, you're not eligible to win either. Sorry.
Fine. Tom.
I will ask you a question. You text us the answer at 590-590, name and location. If you get it right, you will be entered into a draw to win, and then we'll pick the winner. And I'll usually leave it for like a day just to give the podcast crew a chance to also enter on 590-590, name and location. But we should be able to announce the winner by the end of the day when we're doing Jays Talk tomorrow. But today's question is, Springer, his first 2 home run game of the season, both of them coming off of Gunnar Hoagland. In 2024, Springer had 3 games where he hit 2 home runs. In every single one of those games, I actually didn't realize this, but in each of those 3 games, both of his home runs came off the same pitcher.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, because you kind of think, sometimes they come off a reliever, one off the starter, one off a reliever. No, in each of those 3 games, he hit 2 home runs off the same guy, all starting. So all you have to do, I made it easier this time. All you have to do is text us the name of one of those 3 pitchers. Okay, one of the 3 pitchers. You text us the name of one of those 3 men, and you will be entered into a draw for the chance to win the George Springer football jersey. Again, 590-590, name and location. So again, the question is, in 2024, Springer hit 2 home runs in the same game off of 3 different pitchers. What are their names? You don't have to text all 3 names. Just you can pick one and text that guy's name. Again, 590-590, name and location. But I do think Springer is a good way to wrap up the show.
Yeah.
Because, again, 2 home runs. On a day where, it's funny because, you're not going to think about it as much, but Dalton Varsho did hit a double, and you want more power from players like Varsho. He's given you a lot of power, right? You want more power from Vladdy and Bo and so on. Santander as well, but he's on the IL, so you put him aside for now. But if you're not going to be able to get that power from Varsho in the at least short term, if he is in fact going to go on the IL, you don't have Santander. It does put a little more emphasis on getting power from people like Springer, like Bo, and like Vladdy. And you got the power from Bo today, and you got 2 home runs from Springer today. So again, we'll see what that looks like going forward for him, because he had such a hot start and then he kind of fell off a little bit. But I do wonder, and again, you probably won't have the luxury of putting him in the DH spot if Varsho is going to miss time. Maybe you can, I suppose, depending on how you want to configure the outfield. But again, I did enjoy seeing that from Springer today, because you just need more power on this team.
Yeah, and you're right in saying that the cool off from Springer was pretty drastic as well. It was almost as drastic as how hot he was to start the season. And so seeing a guy like that sort of get back to it is a very good sign. Even the walk that he had early on showed it's so clear that he continues to see the ball well. That hasn't been his problem all season. We've spoken about, maybe trading a bit more swing and miss for the ability to do damage, which is definitely something that the Blue Jays need. And, as you age, you do start to get a little bit slower. Your bat speed is going to slow down. That's part of it. And so, he's trying to get ahead a little bit more. He's going to swing and miss a little bit more. What I saw when things were not going as well was, one, he was getting attacked with a lot more breaking balls, a lot more spin, a lot of fastballs early on, and he did jump on them, and he did a good job with that. So pitchers obviously adjusted, and he started seeing a lot more sliders and things of the sort. That is when the numbers started to take a dip. Today, the walk, again, clear he's seeing the ball well because he fouled off pretty much every pitch that was in the zone with that walk. And looking at that, I was like, well, it would be nice to see Springer actually time up a fastball in the zone right and, go gap to gap with it or whatever. He doesn't have to hit a home run every time, but catch up to the fastball, do something with it, do some damage. Well, that's what he did in his next at bat. First pitch fastball, 90 point something miles per hour, so not necessarily elite speed by any means, but he got to it. And he hit it well. Great. The next at bat, Gunnar Hoagland tries a different approach. He goes with a slider. Well, he hangs the slider in the zone, and again, first pitch swinging, George Springer crushes it. So the problem hasn't really been, mentality. It hasn't been approach. It hasn't been game plan. It's just, pitchers are going to adjust, and you need to adjust back. And that is going to include, most of the time, a little bit of a lull period that we're not there anymore, Joe. It looks like Springer has adjusted back, and this is what we're seeing in this series here.
Addison Barger also hit a home run today. We kind of talked around Barger today just because of how do you deploy him going forward. But, he, as long as we're talking about ambushing pitches, he turned on that changeup right down the middle. Like, he murdered that baseball. 428 feet off the facing of the second deck. Hoagland did not get by with the right sequence, right? Like a changeup away and off the plate, and then a changeup right down the middle.
Yeah.
And I think you want to do that in reverse order, essentially, and he did not, unfortunately for him. But 34 home runs in the month of May before today's game. That was good for 7th in all of baseball. They finished May with 38 home runs, given they hit 4 today. So, I got to imagine they will stay in the top 10, if not move up a spot or two, depending on how these other teams look today. But that's not a bad place for the team to be, given how much we discussed offensive struggles for the first, month of the season.
Yeah, not at all. And good news all around, show with the way that the season started. This turning this corner in the month of May is huge. Let's go for the sweep tomorrow. This is still a very, very important game. Blue Jays have cleared the 500 mark for sure, but you need to keep building on it.
That is Julia Kreutz. I'm Show Ali. Blue Jays baseball brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Grand Falls and Miramichi, New Brunswick. Crown is proud to be Canadian-owned and operated since 1986. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Your local Crown Rust Control Center or visit crown.com. Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. For Julia Kreutz, Ben Schulman, Chris LaRue, Tom Young, Nick Blackmore, Derek Brandeo, Brandon Brown, I'm Show Ali. That does it for us. We are out of here. Jules and I are back tomorrow to put a bow on this series here at the Dome. Have a great Saturday night, everyone. We'll talk to you later.
Major League Play-by-Play is now on SiriusXM Radio and online with the SiriusXM app. Why do I love calling this game?
Calling this game.
Why do I love calling this game? It's because I get a chance to bring some joy into people's lives.
Anything can happen on a baseball field.
We've got a new game.
It's perfectly unscripted theater.
Everybody on their feet.
Because you never know what you're going to see on a given day.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. just walked it off.
There's just something about baseball on the radio.
Something about the way wood hits leather.
A swing and a drive to deep left center.
The way leather hits dirt.
And he made the play. Oh, my.
The way a deep fly ball sounds like it's about to change history.
High fly ball to center field. It's hit pretty well toward the wall.
Until the cleats hit the grass, hit the crushed brick, and then nothing but sky and a silent crowd.
That ball's high.
Until leather hits leather and 40,000 fans lose their collective minds.
In a perfect symphony of chaos.
He jumped up on top of the wall, balanced himself, and caught it.
The way nothing triumphs a perfectly honest call.
I don't believe what I just saw.
And the way the right voice can make a moment live forever.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Outsiders may think this is just two teams.
The ball, a bat, and a microphone. But no.
For over 100 years, this has been the soundtrack of the American pastime.
That's it! It's a World Series win for LA!
The soundtrack of summer. This is Major League Baseball on the radio. Right now on Sirius XM.
All rise.
Coming in 5.
Get ready to play.
4.
Get up! Get up!
3.
Can you believe it?
Put your seatbelt on.
Wow. Talk about the game and all the stories on MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM Channel 89, and online with the Sirius XM app.
Baltimore Orioles take on the Chicago White Sox. Orioles on Sirius 161, XM 177, and Internet 843. White Sox on Internet 846. 4:05 p.m. Philadelphia Phillies take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Phillies on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 860. Brewers on Internet 856. 4:05 p.m. Texas Rangers take on the St. Louis Cardinals. Rangers on Sirius 137, XM 179, and Internet 867. Cardinals on Internet 865. Spanish Feed on Internet 870. 4:10 p.m. Atlanta Braves take on the Boston Red Sox. Braves on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 842. Red Sox on Internet 844. 4:10 p.m. Cleveland Guardians face the LA Angels. Guardians on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 848. Angels on Internet 853. 4:10 p.m. Houston Astros taking the Tampa Bay Rays. Astros on Sirius 106, XM 182, and Internet 851. Rays on Internet 866. 4:10 p.m. Kansas City Royals taking the Detroit Tigers. Royals on Sirius 119, XM 183, and Internet 852. Tigers on Internet 850.
Sirius XM has soccer covered end to end. Sirius XM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's Sirius XM FC on Channel 157.
Is the National League West the best division in baseball? Well, Xavier Scruggs from SiriusXM MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89 thinks all of those teams will get stronger over time.
When I think about that division, it's more so about certainty from the rosters, right? Like, you know what you're going to get from those teams. Now, the Padres took a little bit of a step back, got swept, but at the same time, this is a division in which no matter who you play outside of the Rockies, it is going to be a tough battle. Like, whether it be pitching, whether it be offense, whether it be defense, base run, all 4 of those teams do everything correctly. And they possibly might all be getting better too. So that's the thing, is like, we're still in the beginning of the season. These teams are still ultimately figuring out who they are and trying to figure out roles as well. We're talking about the closer role with the Giants. These teams will get stronger over time.
That was host Xavier Scruggs from SiriusXM MLB Network Radio on Channel 89 talking about the National League West Division in Major League Baseball. If you want to hear more interviews or news from around the league and baseball world, make sure to check out MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Saturday, May the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 2:20 p.m., Chicago Cubs take on the Cincinnati Reds. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 845. Reds on Internet 847. 3:07 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays face the A's. The Jays on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 868. A's on Internet 841. 4:05 p.m., Baltimore Orioles take on the Chicago White Sox. Orioles on Sirius 161, XM 177, and Internet 843. White Sox on Internet 846. 4:05 p.m., Philadelphia Phillies take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Phillies on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 860. Brewers on Internet 856. 4:05 p.m., Texas Rangers take on the St. Louis Cardinals. Rangers on Sirius 137, XM 179, and Internet 867. Cardinals on Internet 865. Spanish Feed on Internet 870. 4:10 p.m., Atlanta Braves take on the Boston Red Sox. Braves on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 842. Red Sox on Internet 844. 4:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the LA Angels. Guardians on Sirius 139, XM 181 and Internet 848. Angels on Internet 853. 4:10 p.m. Houston Astros taking the Tampa Bay Rays. Astros on Sirius 106, XM 182 and Internet 851. Rays on Internet 866. 4:10 p.m. Kansas City Royals taking the Detroit Tigers. Royals on Sirius 119, XM 183 and Internet 852. Tigers on Internet 850. 4:10 p.m. Miami Marlins face the San Francisco Giants. Marlins on Sirius 160, XM 184 and Internet 855. Giants on Internet 863. 4:10 p.m. New York Mets face the Colorado Rockies. Mets on Sirius 111, XM 180 and Internet 858. Rockies on Internet 849. 7:15 p.m. LA Dodgers taking the New York Mets. Dodgers on Sirius 83, XM 186 and Internet 854. Yankees on Internet 859. National feed on Sirius 138, XM 188 and Internet 963. Spanish feed on Sirius 162, XM 187 and Internet 871. 7:15 p.m. Seattle Mariners taking the Minnesota Twins. Mariners on Sirius 113, XM 185 and Internet 864. Twins on Internet 857. 9:40 p.m. San Diego Padres taking the Pittsburgh Pirates. Padres on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 862. Pirates on Internet 861. 10:10 p.m. Arizona Diamondbacks taking the Washington Nationals. Diamondbacks on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 840. Nationals on Internet 869. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Saturday, May the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 2:20 p.m., Chicago Cubs taking the Cincinnati Reds. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 845. Reds on Internet 847. 3:07 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays face the A's. The Jays on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 868. A's on Internet 841. 4:05 p.m., Baltimore Orioles take on the Chicago White Sox. Orioles on Sirius 161, XM 177 and Internet 843. White Sox on Internet 846. 4:05 p.m. Philadelphia Phillies take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Phillies on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 860. Brewers on Internet 856. 4:05 p.m. Texas Rangers take on the St. Louis Cardinals. Rangers on Sirius 137, XM 179 and Internet 867. Cardinals on Internet 865. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 4:10 p.m. Atlanta Braves take on the Boston Red Sox. Braves on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 842. Red Sox on Internet 844. 4:10 p.m. Cleveland Guardians face the LA Angels. Guardians on Sirius 139, XM 181 and Internet 848. Angels on Internet 853. 4:10 p.m. Houston Astros taking the Tampa Bay Rays. Astros on Sirius 106, XM 182 and Internet 851. Rays on Internet 866. 4:10 p.m. Kansas City Royals taking the Detroit Tigers. Royals on Sirius 119, XM 183 and Internet 852. Tigers on Internet 850.
Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place for expert advice, strategy, and information. For the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus, hear pick-by-pick coverage of live drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on Sirius XM 87.
Who is Steve Phillips' favorite player in baseball right now? Well, on Sirius XM.
And, walked 20 times, struck out 26 times. I don't think you try to change him. Maybe he can be a little bit more selective, but I think the big question is you have to the only way you're really going to walk him is to intentionally walk him. So why throw him anything over the plate? Don't you want to force him to swing at something off the plate?
For more interviews or news from around Major League Baseball and the baseball world, tune into MLB Network Radio on Sirius XM, Channel 89.
Get the latest news, opinion, and analysis from MMA to boxing and the professional wrestling world 24/7. Sirius XM Fight Nation, Sirius XM 156, and the SXM app.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Saturday, May the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 2:20 p.m., Chicago Cubs take on the Cincinnati Reds. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 845. Reds on Internet 847. 3:07 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays face the A's. The Jays on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 868. A's on Internet 841. 4:05 p.m., Baltimore Orioles take on the Chicago White Sox. Orioles on Sirius 161, XM 177 and Internet internet 8:43. White Sox on internet 8:46. 4:05 p.m. Philadelphia Phillies take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Phillies on Sirius 211 XM 178 and internet 860. Brewers on internet 8:56. 4:05 p.m. Texas Rangers take on the St. Louis Cardinals. Rangers on Sirius 137 XM 179 and internet 867. Cardinals on internet 865. Spanish feed on internet 870. 4:10 p.m. Atlanta Braves take on the Boston Red Sox. Braves on Sirius XM channels 89, internet 842. Red Sox on internet 844. 4:10 p.m. Cleveland Guardians face the LA Angels. Guardians on Sirius 139, XM 181 and internet 848. Angels on internet 853. 4:10 p.m. Houston Astros taking the Tampa Bay Rays. Astros on Sirius 106, XM 182 and internet 851. Rays on internet 866. 4:10 p.m. Kansas City Royals taking the Detroit Tigers. Royals on Sirius 119, XM 183 and internet 852. Tigers on internet 850. 4:10 p.m. Miami Marlins face the San Francisco Giants. Marlins on Sirius 160, XM 184 and internet 855. Giants on internet 863. 4:10 p.m. New York Mets face the Colorado Rockies. Mets on Sirius 111, XM 180 and internet 858. Rockies on internet 849. 7:15 p.m. LA Dodgers take on the New York Mets. Dodgers on Sirius 83, XM 186 and internet 854. Yankees on internet 859. National feed on Sirius 138, XM 188 and internet 963. Spanish feed on Sirius 162, XM 187 and internet 871. 7:15 p.m. Seattle Mariners take on the Minnesota Twins. Mariners on Sirius 113, XM 185 and internet 864. Twins on internet 857. 9:40 p.m. San Diego Padres take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Padres on Sirius XM channels 89, internet 862. Pirates on internet 861. 10:10 p.m. Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Washington Nationals. Diamondbacks on Sirius 208, XM 175 and internet 840. Nationals on internet 869. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Saturday, May the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 2:20 p.m., Chicago Cubs take on the Cincinnati Reds. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175 and internet 845. Reds on internet 847. 3:07 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays face the A's. The Jays on Sirius 209, XM 176 and internet 868. A's on internet 841. 4:05 p.m., Baltimore Orioles take on the Chicago White Sox. Orioles on Sirius 161, XM 177 and internet 843. White Sox on internet 846. 4:05 p.m. Philadelphia Phillies take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Phillies on Sirius 211, XM 178 and internet 860. Brewers on internet 856. 4:05 p.m. Texas Rangers take on the St. Louis Cardinals. Rangers on Sirius 137, XM 179 and internet 867. Cardinals on internet 865. Spanish feed on internet 870. 4:10 p.m. Atlanta Braves take on the Boston Red Sox. Braves on Sirius XM channels 89, internet 842. Red Sox on internet 844. 4:10 p.m. Cleveland Guardians face the LA Angels. Guardians on Sirius 139, XM 181 and internet 848. Angels on internet 853. 4:10 p.m. Houston Astros taking the Tampa Bay Rays. Astros on Sirius 106, XM 182 and internet 851. Rays on internet 866. 4:10 p.m. Kansas City Royals taking the Detroit Tigers. Royals on Sirius 119, XM 183 and internet 852. Tigers on internet 850.
Mad Dog Sports Radio has the best sports talk in the business, covering sports with a passion and knowledge you need. Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 86, and the SXM app.
Jeff Joyce hopped on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio to discuss how the Boston Red Sox can move past Tristan Casas' season-ending knee injury.
The outfield feels like where they have more of their depth. First base isn't really a spot where they have a ton of guys. They said no Devers at first base, which kind of on board with because he hasn't played there. He wasn't great at third, a position he knew, so I'm not just throwing him over at first base unless I feel really good about him over there. But they got a couple of guys. Abraham Toro's up and Romy Gonzalez, but that's about it. They don't. I'm sure they could plug and have guys play. They just don't have a lot to throw over there. The good news for them is the three guys up at the top of the lineup are hot right now. Duran, Devers, and Bregman. I mean, Bregman's been playing well all year, but Duran's playing with his hair on fire again, and Devers is mashing the ball right now. And, Brady's playing well. So the lineup is pretty good, and then they mix and match with other guys. But first base is a spot now that they clearly need to figure out.
If you're looking for more interviews or news from around Major League Baseball, tune into MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89.
MLB Network Radio is your home for 24/7 baseball talk, featuring on-site coverage of every major event from spring training through the World Series and expert analysis from former general managers and players. SiriusXM Channel 89.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Saturday, May the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 2:20 p.m., Chicago Cubs take on the Cincinnati Reds. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 845. Reds on Internet 847. 3:07 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays face the A's. The Jays on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 868. A's on Internet 841. 4:05 p.m., Baltimore Orioles take on the Chicago White Sox. Orioles on Sirius 161, XM 177, and Internet 843. White Sox on Internet 846. 4:05 p.m., Philadelphia Phillies take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Phillies on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 860. Brewers on Internet 856. 4:05 p.m., Texas Rangers take on the St. Louis Cardinals. Rangers on Sirius 137, XM 179, and Internet 867. Cardinals on Internet 865. Spanish Feed on Internet 870. 4:10 p.m., Atlanta Braves take on the Boston Red Sox. Braves on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 842. Red Sox on Internet 844. 4:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the LA Angels. Guardians on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 848. Angels on Internet 853. 4:10 p.m., Houston Astros taking the Tampa Bay Rays. Astros on Sirius 106, XM 182, and Internet 851. Rays on Internet 866. 4:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals taking the Detroit Tigers. Royals on Sirius 119, XM 183, and Internet 852. Tigers on Internet 850. 4:10 p.m., Miami Marlins face the San Francisco Giants. Marlins on Sirius 160, XM 184, and Internet 855. Giants on Internet 863. 4:10 p.m., New York Mets face the Colorado Rockies. Mets on Sirius 111, XM 180, and Internet 858. Rockies on Internet 849. 7:15 p.m., LA Dodgers take on the New York Mets. Dodgers on Sirius 83, XM 186, and Internet 854. Yankees on Internet 859. National Feed on Sirius 138, XM 188, and Internet 963. Spanish Feed on Sirius 162, XM 187, and Internet 871. 7:15 p.m., Seattle Mariners take on the Minnesota Twins. Mariners on Sirius 113, XM 185, and Internet 864. Twins on Internet 857. 9:40 p.m., San Diego Padres take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Padres on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 862. Pirates on Internet 861. 10:10 p.m., Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Washington Nationals. Diamondbacks on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 840. Nationals on Internet 869. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Saturday, May the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 2:20 p.m., Chicago Cubs take on the Cincinnati Reds. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 845. Reds on Internet 847. 3:07 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays face the A's. The Jays on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 868. A's on Internet 841. 4:05 p.m., Baltimore Orioles take on the Chicago White Sox. Orioles on Sirius 161, XM 177, and Internet 843. White Sox on Internet 846. 4:05 p.m., Philadelphia Phillies take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Phillies on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 860. Brewers on Internet 856. 4:05 p.m., Texas Rangers take on the St. Louis Cardinals. Rangers on Sirius 137, XM 179, and Internet 867. Cardinals on Internet 865. Spanish Feed on Internet 870. 4:10 p.m., Atlanta Braves take on the Boston Red Sox. Braves on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 842. Red Sox on Internet 844. 4:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the LA Angels. Guardians on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 848. Angels on Internet 853. 4:10 p.m., Houston Astros taking the Tampa Bay Rays. Astros on Sirius 106, XM 182, and Internet 851. Rays on Internet 866. 4:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals taking the Detroit Tigers. Royals on Sirius 119, XM 183, and Internet 852. Tigers on Internet 850.
On the court and off, your home for the NBA is SiriusXM. Follow all the drama as your favorite team vies for it all. SiriusXM NBA Radio. SiriusXM 86.
Have the Miami Marlins found their next star in Kyle Stowers? Well, Clayton McCullough, the Marlins manager, was on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio on Channel 89 to talk about how Stowers is someone you can count on.
Top-rate teammate. I think He cares about others. And I think he just does things for the right reasons. We were, talking the other day, and it's just how this game has a way of, rewarding people who just go about and do things the right way. And Dave Roberts used to always say that. And I think that's Kyle, that he shows up. I think he took a lot of lessons from last year, and his previous, stints in the big leagues, with just kind of honestly where he was and what it was going to take for him to be able to, survive here. And so between him and our hitting coaches, and again, they worked on, trying to address some of the top of the zone velocity, and he just embraced it and went to work. And he just keeps his head down. He's someone you can count on. He's dependable. So, I'd say trustworthy, hardworking, blue collar, and those are things that kind of sum up Kyle Stowers for me. And just he's diligent.
That was Clayton McCullough on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio on Channel 89, discussing how Kyle Stowers could be the next star for the Miami Marlins. If you want more interviews or news from around Major League Baseball, make sure to check out MLB Network Radio on Channel 89.
SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 brings you expert analysis from former players, coaches, and executives, plus reaction to all the latest news on the only 24/7 station dedicated to the National Football League.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Saturday, May the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 2:20 p.m., Chicago Cubs take on the Cincinnati Reds. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 845. Reds on Internet 847. 3:07 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays face the A's. The Jays on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 868. A's on Internet 841. 4:05 p.m., Baltimore Orioles take on the Chicago White Sox. Orioles on Sirius 161, XM 177, and Internet 843. White Sox on Internet 846. 4:05 p.m., Philadelphia Phillies take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Phillies on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 860. Brewers on Internet 856. 4:05 p.m., Texas Rangers take on the St. Louis Cardinals. Rangers on Sirius 137, XM 179, and Internet 867. Cardinals on Internet 865. Spanish Feed on Internet 870. 4:10 p.m., Atlanta Braves take on the Boston Red Sox. Braves on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 842. Red Sox on Internet 844. 4:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the LA Angels. Guardians on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 848. Angels on Internet 853. 4:10 p.m., Houston Astros taking the Tampa Bay Rays. Astros on Sirius 106, XM 182, and Internet 851. Rays on Internet 866. 4:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals taking the Detroit Tigers. Royals on Sirius 119, XM 183, and Internet 852. Tigers on Internet 850. 4:10 p.m., Miami Marlins face the San Francisco Giants. Marlins on Sirius 160, XM 184, and Internet 855. Giants on Internet 863. 4:10 p.m., New York Mets face the Colorado Rockies. Mets on Sirius 111, XM 180, and Internet 858. Rockies on Internet 849. 7:15 p.m., LA Dodgers take on the New York Mets. Dodgers on Sirius 83, XM 186, and Internet 854. Yankees on Internet 859. National Feed on Sirius 138, XM 188, and Internet 963. Spanish Feed on Sirius 162, XM 187, and Internet 871. 7:15 p.m., Seattle Mariners take on the Minnesota Twins. Mariners on Sirius 113, XM 185, and Internet 864. Twins on Internet 857. 9:40 p.m., San Diego Padres take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Padres on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 862. Pirates on Internet 861. 10:10 p.m., Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Washington Nationals. Diamondbacks on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 840. Nationals on Internet 869. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Saturday, May the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 2:20 p.m., Chicago Cubs take on the Cincinnati Reds. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 845. Reds on Internet 847. 3:07 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays face the A's. The Jays on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 868. A's on Internet 841. 4:05 p.m., Baltimore Orioles take on the Chicago White Sox. Orioles on Sirius 161, XM 177, and Internet internet 843. White Sox on internet 846. 4:05 p.m. Philadelphia Phillies take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Phillies on Sirius 211 XM 178 and internet 860. Brewers on internet 856. 4:05 p.m. Texas Rangers take on the St. Louis Cardinals. Rangers on Sirius 137 XM 179 and internet 867. Cardinals on internet 865. Spanish feed on internet 870. 4:10 p.m. Atlanta Braves take on the Boston Red Sox. Braves on Sirius XM channels 89, internet 842. Red Sox on internet 844. 4:10 p.m. Cleveland Guardians face the LA Angels. Guardians on Sirius 139, XM 181 and internet 848. Angels on internet 853. 4:10 p.m. Houston Astros taking the Tampa Bay Rays. Astros on Sirius 106, XM 182 and internet 851. Rays on internet 866. 4:10 p.m. Kansas City Royals taking the Detroit Tigers. Royals on Sirius 119, XM 183 and internet 852. Tigers on internet 850.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
Is the National League West the best division in baseball? Well, Xavier Scruggs from SiriusXM MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89 thinks all of those teams will get stronger over time.
When I think about that division, it's more so about certainty from the rosters, right? Like, you know what you're going to get from those teams. Now, the Padres took a little bit of a step back, got swept, but at the same time, this is a division in which no matter who you play outside of the Rockies, it is going to be a tough battle. Like, whether it be pitching, whether it be offense, whether it be defense, base run, all four of those teams do everything correctly. And they possibly might all be getting better too. So that's the thing, is like, we're still in the beginning of the season. These teams are still ultimately figuring out who they are and trying to figure out roles as well. We're talking about the closer role with the Giants. These teams will get stronger over time.
That was host Xavier Scruggs from SiriusXM MLB Network Radio on Channel 89 talking about the National League West Division in Major League Baseball. If you want to hear more interviews or news from around the league and baseball world, make sure to check out MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89.
Hear it all on demand. Your favorite shows, your favorite games. Don't miss a second of your favorite SiriusXM programming on demand with the SiriusXM app. Download it now for free.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Saturday, May the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 2:20 p.m., Chicago Cubs take on the Cincinnati Reds. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 845. Reds on Internet 847. 3:07 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays face the A's. The Jays on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 868. A's on Internet 841. 4:05 p.m., Baltimore Orioles take on the Chicago White Sox. Orioles on Sirius 161, XM 177, and Internet 843. White Sox on Internet 846. 4:05 p.m., Philadelphia Phillies take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Phillies on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 860. Brewers on Internet 856. 4:05 p.m., Texas Rangers take on the St. Louis Cardinals. Rangers on Sirius 137, XM 179, and Internet 867. Cardinals on Internet 865. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 4:10 p.m., Atlanta Braves take on the Boston Red Sox. Braves on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 842. Red Sox on Internet 844. 4:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the LA Angels. Guardians on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 848. Angels on Internet 853. 4:10 p.m., Houston Astros taking the Tampa Bay Rays. Astros on Sirius 106, XM 182, and Internet 851. Rays on Internet 866. 4:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals taking the Detroit Tigers. Royals on Sirius 119, XM 183, and Internet 852. Tigers on Internet 850. 4:10 p.m., Miami Marlins face the San Francisco Giants. Marlins on Sirius 160, XM 184, and Internet 855. Giants on Internet 863. 4:10 p.m., New York Mets face the Colorado Rockies. Mets on Sirius 111, XM 180, and Internet 858. Rockies on Internet 849. 7:15 p.m., LA Dodgers take on the New York Mets. Dodgers on Sirius 83, XM 186, and Internet 854. Yankees on Internet 859. National feed on Sirius 138, XM 188, and Internet 963. Spanish feed on Sirius 162, XM 187, and Internet 871. 7:15 p.m., Seattle Mariners take on the Minnesota Twins. Mariners on Sirius 113, XM 185, and Internet 8 864, Twins on Internet 857. 9:40 p.m., San Diego Padres take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Padres on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 862, Pirates on Internet 861. 10:10 p.m., Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Washington Nationals. Diamondbacks on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 840, Nationals on Internet 869. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Saturday, May the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 2:20 p.m., Chicago Cubs take on the Cincinnati Reds. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 845. Reds on Internet 847. 3:07 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays face the A's. The Jays on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 868. A's on Internet 841. 4:05 p.m., Baltimore Orioles take on the Chicago White Sox. Orioles on Sirius 161, XM 177, and Internet 843. White Sox on Internet 846. 4:05 p.m., Philadelphia Phillies take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Phillies on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 860. Brewers on Internet 856. 4:05 p.m., Texas Rangers take on the St. Louis Cardinals. Rangers on Sirius 137, XM 179, and Internet 867. Cardinals on Internet 865. Spanish Feed on Internet 870. 4:10 p.m., Atlanta Braves take on the Boston Red Sox. Braves on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 842. Red Sox on Internet 844. 4:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the LA Angels. Guardians on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 848. Angels on Internet 853. 4:10 p.m., Houston Astros taking the Tampa Bay Rays. Astros on Sirius 106, XM 182, and Internet 851. Rays on Internet 866. 4:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals taking the Detroit Tigers. Royals on Sirius 119, XM 183, and Internet 852. Tigers on Internet 850.
The PGA Tour comes to life on Sirius XM. It's your destination for everything on the tour. Hear live hole-by-hole coverage and expert analysis. PGA Tour Radio, Sirius XM 92.
Who is Steve Phillips' favorite player in baseball right now? Well, on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89, he reveals that it's Jacob Wilson of the Athletics.
Jacob Wilson's the other guy. I am dumbfounded by him, with emphasis on the front part of that, by the way, in that I don't know that we've seen a player like this at all. I mean, we're talking about a guy who's got 95 at bats, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts. And he's not a power guy. So in this world of 3 true outcomes of home runs, walks and strikeouts, he's a no true outcome guy. He just goes up there, puts the ball in play, hitting .333 with a .337 on base, the 1 walk. But and that plays right now. Now he hits his on base percentage is what he does. And you wonder whether he can sustain that for the long term. But in 390 at-bats in the minor leagues or thereabouts, the dude hit .401 with a .440 on base percentage and, walked 20 times, struck out 26 times. I don't think you try to change him. Maybe he can be a little bit more selective, but I think the big question is you have to the only way you're really going to walk him is to intentionally walk him. So why throw him anything over the plate? Don't you want to force him to swing at something off the plate?
For more interviews or news from around Major League Baseball and the baseball world, tune into MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89.
SiriusXM has soccer covered end to end. SiriusXM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows